broadcast as radio impulses into space. And all necessary heard on every radio telescope on the entire
Did you think it was?
How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yes, I'm early because it's a collaboration stream today. It's a sponsory type thingamajig for the hype towards High Isle. So obviously drops are active. I'm gonna die here, so stuff this. And we're about to get on comms with somebody. So while I'm not gonna be as active with the chat as I usually am, you are gonna see a very new player and very, very big streamer playing ESO at the same time. So hold on, let me go find him. See if he's ready first. If you haven't seen Datmons before, by the way, go check him out on Twitch. Playing Diablo a while ago. Oh shit! Excuse me. Dropping stuff already. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. So let's see. This might not work first of all, so I need to mess with some stuff. Should hopefully it work. Let's see what happens. This is where I find out if it's actually working or not. I can't hear anything. Oh my god. Tech is terrible. God, I haven't even said hello to everybody yet. Who have we got anyway? Fargery Smooch, Arhog the Wild, Bregor the Wild. There's two wilds. Or Arhog Wild even. Spike, Paul is too good. Mind Distortion, JR Primus, Doom, thank you for the resub. Damn it, Bandit, thank you for the resub as well. Harley, Reaper, Soul, Alex, Crystal, and Mollycap. How you doing? Oh, it's mental today. Absolutely mental. I got my days modded up as well. 49 months on this Rigmarole. And they're B-Fashion scroll. Dude, I'm going to have to go and get killed. Because I got a massive bounty from the last stream. Can you believe it? Oh, I've just broken my game again. There we go. Did I break it? Yes. I did this a minute ago. I messed with the pressure pad on my controller by accident. And it knocked out all my stuff. That should work. Words. Oh, I've broken it. Let's quit and go back in again. Actually, no, it might work now. My options button is gone. Why has it turned that into a stupid control pad? Something's changed and it doesn't like me anymore. Let me log out and log back in. DJ, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. You will log out in 8 seconds. Oh, goody. Oh, man, I've broken my game already. It's a new issue. I've never had that before. He's on chat. Priska, how you doing? Welcome. Anyways, can't stick around. Busy carrying stuff from the store on my back. Figuratively. Matt, how you doing? One little chick also. Welcome. I've got to stop pressing the pressure pad. That's the problem. No, I do literally have to unplug my controller and put it back in again. Ignore all this junk. See this program here? DS4 Windows. Absolutely mega. But for some reason my PC is giving me some hassle today. Should we try again? I can move. I can press buttons. I have a menu back. Okay, that fixes that. Problem solved. Where the hell am I going? Map. I need to go to Shatwood and get caught by a guard. Or I could just pay my bounty off, couldn't I? That's also an option. I've got my buttons modeled up because I've been playing fucking Elden Ring. Again. Blind Delusions, Amber Rose, welcome to the stream. What's going on with my Discord? My headset. Settings, view, server, blah, 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 blah. There we go. Should be able to hear everything. He's not talking. Design Ninjas, how you doing? Got there eventually. Invite to group. Not whisper. Shut up, Stugger. Stugger's a pain in the ass, dude.
How would you like to do something worthwhile?
How many people, when they're playing Elden Ring, go straight over to ESO and mess up their mount button? All the time. Happy Friday, how you doing? It's not Friday. Oh, Friday Eve. Good one. Sub-Zion Ninjas. I haven't pressed the ninja button yet, you're right. Press the ninja button. I don't know if my Discord is broken or not. It might be.
Oh, what's going on, Xynode?
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I could hear you loud and clear.
Fine.
Oh, yeah, look, you invited me to your group? Okay.
I have. I've got to avoid some guards real quick, though, because I've got a massive bounty on my head.
Drinks all around.
Okay.
How you doing?
Good. Okay, should I teleport to you? It's asking if I want to go to you.
You can do, but I just zoned out into somewhere else, so...
Probably not.
See what happens. I'm in a safe place anyway, so it should be okay. We had a stream recently where we had to get as much bounty as possible, kind of thing, and I'm still hanging on that bounty, so I need to get rid of it.
Okay, and that's like some type of PvP thing? Because I never played ESO before.
No, so what it is if you are a criminal in any way, shape, or form, and someone spots you, they tell the fun police, and then you get a bounty on your head. So
Okay.
I got a massive one. We were killing people and stealing stuff.
Is there like a trial system where like other players like judge you or like send you to jail?
Unfortunately not. No, basically it is a case of the NPCs will get you, the guards. So vendors won't speak to you, and the guards will kill you.
And then is your like bounty reset after you die, or does it persist?
No, if you get killed by a guard and you've got enough money in your pocket to pay the bill, they'll kill you and steal the money. If you don't have enough money, they'll just kill you until you don't have money left.
I love winning.
Just keep killing
Drinks
you.
all around.
Fence. That's where I need to go. So what did you pick? Because I know obviously you're very new to Elder Scrolls.
This is pretty much my first time playing. I picked the Nightblade, because I like rogue type characters, and then I just went with Khajiit just because I'm a cat person, I guess.
Gotcha. So
I don't know if I made a good selection or not, but I just went off aesthetics and my normal playstyle.
Well, the good thing is there's not actually any right or wrong for that. So basically, everything in the game is up to you. It's choice. So any class, any race, any role, you do what you like. I'm just gonna come up to wherever you are. You should be able to travel to me in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm still kind of like in the staging area, so I don't know if I had to pick like an area to go to.
Voice balance are wrong, mate. You are low. Who's low? 1 second. My chat has told me the voice is too low. Can you hear? You can hear me properly, right?
I can hear you pretty good.
Let me turn you up. Let's see. Where am I going? Turn your person up. Okay, say words.
Hello. Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
I'm assuming everyone can hear that, right? I'm low. Am I?
Saying you're low a little bit. Okay, I'll turn you up a little bit more.
Okay. That's strange. Let's see. Don't you just love technology? Wrong way around. He's too loud. Okay, I'll turn you down. There you go. And turn myself up. Output volume, input volume. There we go. No, that's the wrong way around. You should be able to hear me on stream. I don't know why that's lower.
No, they said it's perfect now. Speed like I'm hearing you loud and clear, but I guess the stream is a little bit lower for them.
Yeah, I guess so. Zai's loud. That much is loud. He is loud. You're low. You can hear me now, right? On stream, people can actually hear my voice.
Drinks all around.
They said they like your accent.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
Costa del England.
Cool. Yeah, I've never been on that side of the water before.
I love winning. Drinks
East of
all
England.
around.
I always hear you're just quiet. Are you just messing with me? People in the chat are just winding me up now. So let me travel to where you are, unless you travel to me. We've got to do dungeons and stuff, so we need to get you some levels, some gear, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Just take me through the movements and stuff.
How did you get on with the tutorial? What did you think of it so far?
It was cool. I was like, oh, you have to like learn to like block and counter and stuff, and there's like heavy attacks, and I haven't actually allocated like any skill points yet. So I don't know if there's like a thing that I should be allocating, or kind of just like pick whatever I want. And I noticed there's also like an advised abilities. Is that good, or does it not really matter?
The advisory is kind of helpful to teach you how things work, but you don't really have to follow it.
Yeah.
As a brand new player, sure, it will explain a few bits and pieces, but I mean, there's no shortcut for just trying stuff out, really. So any skill you want to pick up to start with, I mean, you can just pick them up and start slapping people with them. But it depends on whether you want to go a particular way or not. There's not really a right or wrong. Like, there are obviously some very linear games out there where you must do this and you must do that. It's all choice. So if you want to go healer, you want to go DPS, you want to go tank, or you want to mix it all up, you can. And my brain is not working. Where am I going? You are currently in I think you're still in the tutorial. You are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can just go anywhere, right? Or should I go to
anywhere you like?
Okay. Where do you think I should go to? Where would be a good place to start?
I'm currently in Oridon, so I mean, you can go there if you want to.
Okay.
Or you can just.
I'm just gonna try to find that portal, I guess. Okay, and then group windows just P.
G, I think. No, that's guild. Do you know what? I'm using the control pad. Yes, it is P.
Okay, I actually can't teleport out of this area, so I guess I gotta pick a place, and then I could go to you.
Yes. So the portals that you've got, basically, when the game first started, you could go to 3 major alliance areas, and you would generally start in the alliance area of your choice. That would be it. You pick, say, Oldmere Dominion. You start in the Oldmere Dominion area. That's not the case anymore. The tutorial now allows you to go absolutely anywhere. So any overland main location, any chapter location, and you just start wherever you want to start. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, if you go towards any of the portals, wherever you land, you can still then travel to me straight afterwards. I also don't know of my character setup because I was still thieving stuff. No, I did change it. Oh, good. So your character, well, you may have seen some of this in the tutorial. Your character will level up, obviously gradually, but each level that you get, you'll get skill points and attribute points to put towards your character's kind of main stats, if you like. Those, again, are entirely up to you. If you want to build towards stamina, you can go full out stamina. If you want to go for magic, go full magic. If you want to go health, you can go with that. Or you can mix and match and just kind of switch them up how you like as you go. But you can always change it anyway, because there's always an option to respec.
So you're never set with your decisions then?
Nope.
I like that.
I mean, you can choose to stick to however you want to play, but you don't have to. And recently they introduced an armory merchant, so you can save your build and then pull the guy out of your pocket, basically, speak to him and swap your build completely. So you can literally transfer from, say, a full-out melee-based DPS straight into a big chunky tank. You can do what you want with the same character. And it's not that any particular class or race or whatever is better at another one for its role choice. It's just that they do it a little different because of their own unique class skills.
That sounds cool. I need to change one of my key binding because my push to talk button is my like mouse button 3, and it's also, I guess, auto run. So I keep an auto running whenever I'm talking to you.
Mine is just open. I just leave it running. Did I just stab someone? Oh no, good. There we go. So you need to go to Volkil Guard, which it should be. There you are. You're there. Nice.
Hey, I already teleported to you, yeah.
I didn't even
I'm just trying to find the auto run thing to turn it off.
I never use the auto run. You'll end up running off a cliff.
Yeah, I don't want to run off a cliff.
So the tutorial part, you mentioned that about block and counterplay and all that kind of stuff. That is probably your most important lesson in the entire game. Because while it's very, very basic, those are the things that will kill you later on. So if something is sparking with red sparks or channeling or whatever, and you bash it, that will interrupt it. That's going to be something that you will have to pay attention to no matter how difficult the content is. There's always going to be that there. And the same goes for the white sparks, for the heavy attacks, for a block as well. Sure, some things will go through the block because they might be stronger than you, but generally speaking, that's what that means.
You can basically outskill people in this game quite easily then if you know how to like block, or is it more so about gear?
No, it's not. That's the good thing. So there are obviously, there's over 500 gear sets in the game. But you don't have to use the whole set. You could use bits and pieces of the set and mix it with another and so on and so forth. It is fun to put those together, and you can make some very good combinations of them. But the gear itself doesn't necessarily control your full potential, your output, if you like, as a character, because it doesn't matter what you're wearing. If you don't pay attention to the basics, you're still dead.
Yeah.
And the floor versus the ceiling, as far as DPS is concerned, I mean, that's a vague area as well because it depends on how you build. But generally speaking, with most basic stuff available, you can still do absolutely everything in the game. So it's not a case of best gear, it's a case of what works better for you. Because sometimes there'll be things that are really complicated. So one set in particular, we'll say, which you probably haven't even seen, is Reliquant. So what happens with that? You have to light attack to make the procs wind up. And if you maintain your light attacks, then it will continue to run. But as soon as you stop doing that for 5 seconds or more, obviously it's gone. So some players fail to do some of the basic stuff, the constant light attacking and skills to keep up the DPS rotations, or they might have to move in and out of mechanics, which means that set never works for them. So while one player might be able to maintain it, another one can't. It doesn't mean that one player is less effective in combat as the other one. They could both be very, very good with the mechanics, but that set just isn't for them. Do you know what I mean? So it's not a case of you have to use this. It's more use what works for you. Although there are ways to make group compositions and stuff very, very effective along the way.
Okay. Well, you have 779 levels. Is that a lot of levels in ESO?
Not really.
No, not really.
It used to be. So what you've got at the moment is you've got 1 to 50, which is your basic leveling process. That's when you get to your champion point unlock after that. So champion points are what you're now seeing on my character. So you'll have another screen which will give you loads and loads of mini stats that you can mess with to
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
be more.
Are they unlimited,
Precise.
or is there like a cap or soft cap on
There is
those?
a cap. So the cap is 3,600, but you're never going to use them all. So 5 or 10 of them could give you a little bit more crit, then another 10 could give you a bit more, and then you have some more stamina and some more health. Just very, very small stats. But you have 4 major slottables in 3 different trees that you can slot and swap out as and when you want. At the moment, you won't be able to see any of that, but once you get to 50, you can. As far as the caps are concerned, to max out all your passives and 4 slottables, depending on which ones you choose, you need about sort of 1.3 to 1.7, depending on how you build your character. Prior to those changes, which are very recent, there was only the last year or so, you didn't need to be anything over 810. But again, over 1,800 or so, you're not going to see any difference to your character whatsoever. They don't matter. This is about having the free points to just buy the extras if you want to swap them out at a later date. Also, your gear cap. So at the moment, while you're leveling, power leveling is bad because it teaches you bad habits and you don't learn your skills. But as you level, you will.
So we're gonna power level then.
We are gonna, yeah. But effectively, your gear is going to be out leveled all the way to 50. Then it's going to be out leveled up to 160. 160 champion points. You can have any gear you want in the game. You're capped then. You can put on anything you want. But we will worry about that more later. I mean, I don't know what you have on at the moment. You've got a couple of daggers and some basic clothes from tutorial, haven't you?
Yep,
So,
I'm basically naked right now, I think.
Are. We need to go hit stuff. So you want to see what a dolmen is. These are amazing. You don't have a mount.
Let's go and oh, I don't think I got a mount. Where did you get a mount from?
So you've got a stable over here, but you don't need to go to the stable to buy a horse. You won't have enough money for that right now, and you actually get a free one at level 10. So every time you level up, you'll get rewards, and level 10, a horse is one of them.
That guy's a spider though. Look at that guy.
You want to get this one, although my RNG sucks. This is the wrong server for me. I play on every single server, all 6 of them. But this cat was from drops, and I can't get that on my main server to save my life. I keep trying, just really, really unlucky.
I think that there's drops today, so if I watch your stream, I could get the drops, and then I get like an amount. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get that, I'm deleting you. This is awful. But yes, up here, you've got a sky shard. So we'll go get that for you first of all, because I don't know if you saw that in the tutorial. I think you do. Depending on which one you did. So bank area for convenience. You got to remember where this dude is. There's your banker there. And then, if we go upstairs, we'll just grab the first sky shard. You need 3 sky shards for 1 level, and there are a lot of them. They're all over the world.
Staircase over here, huh?
They both go upstairs. We can meet in the middle. Just here. Now, they do have one in the main tutorial. I'm not sure if they had one in the one you did, because there's several different ones.
This wasn't in the tutorial that I did, really.
Okay, so 3 of those will give you a skill point.
Yeah, but I only have 3 skills right now.
Yes, you'll have 3 basic lines for your class. So for you, you've got, oh god, assassination, siphoning. I've forgotten the other one. My brain has stopped. But you've got 3 there. Shadow something or other. What I would suggest you do while making a new character is have 1 skill from each skill line on your bar. For those 3 major Nightblade skill lines. That way, every skill line will level evenly. Because you can only level up the skill line by gaining XP on a bar that one of those skills is sitting on. So, for example, if you have an assassination skill on your bar, so the first one I think you get is Killer's Blade. If you have that on your bar, then that skill line will level up every time you get XP, regardless of how you get it. But if you don't have it there, that skill line cannot progress. Obviously, the more it progresses, the more of the skills you unlock. But also, that skill will be able to be morphed soon. So you'll kill stuff, you'll get XP, you will then be presented with an option of which version of the skill you want to have. Sometimes it's as simple as a magicka version or a stamina version. Sometimes they can be completely different. Oh, we missed it. See that big boom?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's a dolmen, but we can go to the next one. It's fine. We'll take a bit of a run.
What does the doorman do? Oh, there's like people over here. What is like some type of mission?
So it's a world event. Dolmens have a big chain that comes out of the sky. Monarch Bao brings out loads of minions. You have to kill them all, and then at the end, you'll have a boss, and then you'll pick up some loot. The loot is always the same gear that drops in the overland area itself, but it's usually jewelry. So I don't know if you've got any rings in a tutorial or anything, but you can get rings and necklaces and stuff from those. If we make...
I have one necklace that just increased my life right now. And I got like pants. I don't have like a full slot of gear yet.
That's fine. During your first few levels, I mean, you won't need to, because by the time you've filled a set, you will out-level it anyway. So just put on whatever you find, and then if it's better than what you're using, great. Worry about builds as such, kind of at about 160. For now, it's more about exploring, getting used to your character, learning the game, and all that kind of stuff.
I just picked up a lady smock. What is that? Just like...
Okay, so that is for alchemy, so you can make potions with it. That particular ingredient is one of the main ingredients for spell power pots, so increased spell damage and recovery and all that good stuff. Those are really sought after because lots and lots of people like to play magicka DPS types. So that material you just picked up generally is very expensive on the market.
So I'm basically rich now.
You are rich now. You're a rich new player. We also need to show you Munda stones. Where is it? Do I have it on the map on this character? No, I don't, but I know where it is. Don't worry. It is, he says, while getting lost.
I need help.
It's to the north somewhere. Okay, follow me.
Are professions like a big part of this game?
You mean like tailoring and stuff like that?
Yeah.
They do have a very important role to play when it comes to your character, because you may pick up an item of gear, for example, that you want to wear, so you don't need to craft it, obviously, because you just found something great. But the trait that it comes in could be not to your liking. It might be something that you don't want it to be. Well, you can change the trait of it, but you can only do that if you've researched the trait you want with that slot piece through crafting. So that is quite important for that. And also, if you want to upgrade your gear, any gear can be upgraded to from green to blue to purple to gold. You will need to have skill points in your crafting skill lines in order to reduce the amount of materials required. It doesn't mean you have to do it. You could just pay the full price. But if you want to get it down, then that helps. But the good thing is with crafting is generally most of them can be leveled up by you just deconstructing stuff. So you loot something, you squash it, your skill line for that particular material or armor type goes up. You need a Munda stone. There should be one over here. So this is also something that's quite important. It depends on your character as well as to which ones you choose. But for this one, we'll just get a basic one for now. This will just help you survive a bit. Over here, there are, I think, 13 of them. This is one. Munda stone is a buff that will be with you forever. And you can swap it out for another one at any time. But you have to go to the actual stone itself. This particular one will give you a resistance bonus. Now, what I said about traits,
I love winnings.
there is a trait in the game that can be attached to your gear, if you like, called Divines. That one directly influences what you just picked up there. It changes the strength of it. It improves it. So that could be
just like synergistic with whatever buff you want then.
Correct,
so do you swap that out regularly, like when you're doing different like raids or content in the game?
Yeah, it depends on your character. Some people like to stick to the same one all the time. Some people like to swap out if they are changing their role or changing their build or anything like that. It's entirely up to you. You may want to keep the same one all the time, but not always. You might be struggling with recovery, for example, so you can swap out for a recovery stone. You might be changing your character to a tank and you want some more health or something like that. You've got lots and lots of options for that, but it's all personal. It depends on how you feel about your character and the build. So we want to go and kill the other dolmen. That is up here somewhere. So we're going to try not to get you killed. You won't die, it's fine. Generally speaking, if you're on a path, you should be okay. For most of the content.
Road equals safe.
Sometimes.
There's exceptions to that.
There's one exception. Sure, things could be just on the edges here, but they normally don't spot you. But the problem is in the Deadlands, which is quite recent. That was out last year. Deadlands has roaming bosses, which is quite new to ESO, and they roam up and down the path. So
it's like Roman world bosses. How many people do they take to kill them?
Depends on the players. Not many. They're challenging, but not over the top. And this is something we've tried to encourage. Well, I've tried to encourage Sauce to make some bigger ones, but generally speaking, a small group of 4 of you can manage it. But they try to make them so that up to 12 people could fight them and still have trouble, depending on their experience. So you have dragons too, which also are pretty dramatic. While a group could kill them in a small group, that it's suggested that you have a bigger one. But the dragon's normally really busy. Sometimes it could be really, really quiet. It's just one person hanging around. But generally speaking, if people are doing dailies, you'll find about 10 to 20 people at any one time fighting a dragon. Especially during events as well. I need to remember where I'm going. Just further up here. Aha, unlock this for you as well.
Winning. I love winnings. Drinks all around.
This is how you travel. So those, if you walk up to it, you've just gained it as a new unlockable on your map. You can travel to it at any time. But they will cost gold if you travel directly to it. They won't cost gold if you use it for its function and purpose. So like from here, if you travel straight to it, it'll cost you quite a bit of gold.
The map is pretty good. 38 gold or something, yeah.
But over time, you'll have loads and loads and loads of those. And while it is beneficial to fast travel around the map, it's also quite cool to just not do that for your first playthrough. Obviously, when it's convenient, use them, but do explore as much as you can see, because some of the places in this game are absolutely shocking, especially outside of dungeons. Some of them are boring holes in the wall. Other ones are really, really big castles with skulls and stuff hanging off them. They're pretty cool.
That's what I'm excited to do, like some dungeons, and I guess the raids in this game are called trials.
Correct, yes. So they're quite small in comparison to most MMOs. I've played MMOs myself for like 23 years, so I'm used to stuff like EverQuest, where the trials or raids even are like 72 people and under. These are much smaller. They have 12 people, but they are very tricky when it comes to coordinating. You have to coordinate with your team. And if you don't, then people can kill each other quite easily.
They're like a holy trinity. Is there like tank roles and healer roles and DPS roles, or it's kind of just
There are, but it's up to you. So generally speaking, most groups, when it comes to trials, tends to have 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 8 DPS. However, you can change that as much as you like. It's suggested that that's kind of how you should do things, but it's not set in stone. You want to go 4 tanks, go 4 tanks. You can do what you want. But sometimes they can be really,
that's
really
a lot
tricky.
of tanks.
Yeah, that is. The side effect of that, obviously, is it will take you more time to kill the bosses because you'll have less DPS in your group. But again, there are very, very few DPS checks in the game. So it's not the end of the world for most content. There's very few areas where you have to have high DPS, and that's usually only a small proportion of the group. Like a side encounter. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, like I see a bunch of people fighting up there. Oh,
yep,
that's
go,
crazy.
go, go.
Yeah, there's like a rift thing.
You know what? That's a good way of describing it. It is a rift. Yes, exactly. So kill these as much or as quickly as you can. There's going to be loads of people here anyway.
Drinks all around.
But every wave, one of these pinions will light up, and you have to activate it.
Oh yeah, I saw like an E button. Also, there's like a purify thing. Is that just like a cleanse that I could do?
Yeah, that's a synergy effect. So every class in the game has obviously their own skill lines, and there's lots of different weapon and armor skill lines, all that kind of stuff. Some of them provide a synergy for the group. If you activate that, it will then have a secondary effect. So what you just saw is Purify, which will actually cleanse negative effects off of you. Every individual synergy in the game, and there are a lot of them, are beneficial, but they are on their own individual cooldowns. So that bubble there, if you activate that, that will give you resources back, and you can't use that bubble again for 20 seconds. But you can use another synergy instead if you want. How strong you need to be to run trials and dungeons. You can go into dungeons and trials at any time. Any time, any level. But if you're not champion point level, over 50 even, then you can't go into the veteran versions. They recommend...
So there's different difficulties of dungeons then?
There's 2 different difficulties with a twist. So there's normal, which we'll show you in a moment. We'll go into a dungeon. And then there's also veteran, which is once you are champion point level. The difficulty is quite dramatic between the 2.
I love winning.
However,
Drinks all around.
the mechanics are generally the same. I'm going to get this chest here. The difference is the dungeons have a hard mode. So you can activate a hard mode in there as well, which will, in DLC hard modes, some of them are all the bosses have individual hard modes. Some of them, it's just the last one. What did you get? Something good?
I got a ring.
Excellent. Put it on.
It's health recovery and increased maximum health. So I'm guessing that's good. Healthy level 4 ring.
It will keep you alive for now, yes. Was it for
not dying?
It should be for a set, actually.
It is part of the armor of the Veiled Inheritance set.
Yep.
Yes.
So there's 3 major sets in every overland zone that drop from world events and world bosses and public dungeons and stuff like that. Then every dungeon has its own list of loot as well, including, if you go onto veteran difficulty, monster sets. So that means 1 shoulder piece and 1 helmet of a particular set that they combine together have their own effect. Most sets are 5 pieces, but not all of them. But monsters are always 2. We need to get you into a dungeon and start slapping stuff.
Let's go do it. That's what I mostly enjoy, like in games I play. I like the end game and the dungeons, the group content.
Yeah, you play a lot of action RPGs, right?
A lot of ARPGs and MMOs and stuff.
The good thing is this particular game, layout-wise, while it is a massively multiplayer online game, it does have elements of action RPGs as well, especially how the buttons are laid out.
Is there a downside of like running heavy armor instead of medium or light armor?
Not exact. There is, but it depends on how you want to build. So every single set of armor, sorry, every single skill line of armor has its own benefits and negatives as well, but they also have their own individual passives that you can buy alongside of that, and it's per piece worn. So heavy generally makes you tankier, but sometimes slower depending on your skills, whereas medium tends to make you run faster and you have higher stamina resources and you hit harder, whereas light armor is very, very weak for your resistances, but you do end up having higher magical recovery and penetration, so you can go through resistances. And the trick is not necessarily to have 7 of the same type, but sometimes to mix and match to take individual bonuses for each. So you can go full light, full medium, full heavy if you want, but you can swap out 1 piece for light or 2 pieces for light or 2 for medium or whatever, whenever you like. What armor are you wearing at the moment, by the way? I know you're not in the set, but which weight?
I have pants, so it's a medium, and then I don't really have any other armor slots. I have like a chest, but it's like a level 1 traveler's tunic, and I got boots. So yeah, the only really armor piece I got right now is a pair of pants. I don't got hands, shoulders, helmet, or I got a belt too.
Sure. So to start with, you are restricted to all the armor skill lines unless you unlock them, and the way to unlock them is to equip 3 pieces of the same weight. So if you have another medium, that will unlock the skill line for medium armor. So it's pretty good.
Let's see how level up points, attribute points. Should I just put, if there anything I should do, can I just mix match them? Can I just go full health build, or?
Yeah, you can mix and match them if you want. You can go full stamina for kind of melee-based stamina ability skills. You can go full magicka if you want for more magical skills, or you can just go full health. It's entirely up to you. You can mix and match. The stats have been changed recently, so as a new player, it's probably less confusing. Generally speaking, before, spell damage and magicka was for magic builds, stamina and weapon damage was for stam builds. Now it's a case of whichever your highest stat is, all those skills will scale to that anyway. It's just a case of how many resources do you have to be able to cast the ability. So before, like your Killer's Blade, for example, whichever morph of that you've got, the resource cost used to have to be the one that would reflect the strength. Now it's not. So if you went full magic and used the stamina ability, you're not going to be penalized for it.
There's like stamina is better for leveling too. Just it allows you
it's
to.
nice to have because you'll need to break free sometimes. You'll need to dodge roll sometimes, and if you do end up going for like a full-out magical build, that bar will probably be lower for you. So you're going to have more trouble trying to break free versus someone that's got a bigger bar. So it's a choice again, like how much you struggle with your resources when it comes to CCs and stuff. So breaking free, dodge rolling, and blocking. If it's too much for you, you might need some more stam. But to start with, you should be in a pretty good position for it. Also something we can give you.
Yeah, this one full stamina.
Yeah, that's fine then. You've got a decent amount of health anyway, I think, to start with. You haven't got any food, though. Oh, Dolmen's up. We'll kill this, then do a dungeon.
Yeah. Oh, so these portals, like, spawn, like, quite often, though.
Oh, yeah. They're on, like, a... Generally speaking, on about a 5 or so minute cooldown. But at the same time, they're triggered from other ones, because there's 3 in every zone. And if you kill one, the next one will start spawning, kill the next one, and then another one will spawn, and so on and so forth. So they can go onto a rotation, which makes them a bit faster.
So there's basically a lot of people playing the game, and there's then they just come up quicker as they rotate through.
Yeah, yep. The faster they die, the quicker the next one will trigger.
People like have like parties and like they synergize to like kill specific to like farm quicker.
Dudes, there's
I like that.
I don't want to spoil it, but there is a way to do that. People power level all the time with these things. So what they do is they go into a place called Alchemy Desert. The XP for them is no different. They're exactly the same. But because they're in such easy to get to locations, people tend to rotate them one after the other, after the other, after the other, in massive groups.
That's cool.
Huge ones. So you'll see sometimes 2 full 24 people, groups of 24 just running around doing that stuff. Again, I wouldn't encourage power leveling, but that is quite fun.
So like after like you get done with your first playthrough and you do like the normal leveling, that's how a lot of people level up. They just do like group activity.
They also do it to farm jewelry as well for jewelry crafting, because that is quite an expensive thing to get into, and leveling it, it's a lot easier to deconstruct jewelry and then just let the level go up steadily. Well, because these drop rings and necklaces all the time, they farm the hell out of the dolmens and just use that to deconstruct the crap out of it.
Yeah, I just got my set
There you go.
amulet now. So now I got 2 set bonus.
Yep. Now, your ring and your jewelry and all that kind of stuff, like I said earlier, when you can change traits, if you've researched a particular trait that you like for jewelry, you can then change that trait that you've got right now. So it doesn't have to be healthy. It could be stamina, it could be magic, it could be more execute damage, it could be stronger glyph, all that kind of stuff. There's loads and loads of different variations of that you can alter for yourself. We need a tank. Do we have a tank? Someone in the stream that wants to join, we need a tank for a normal dungeon. Don't go and blitz it, because obviously we want to show mods where things go and how it all works. But if we have a tank, that would be good. Just whisper me in-game at Xynode. So, dude, we're going to go on normal. The people that are with us are probably going to be able to hit stuff extremely hard. So, hopefully they don't nuke it too quickly, but you will level up from this quite nicely. Dungeons are really, really good for that, especially when it comes to a new dungeon. Because a new dungeon will give you a skill point and the extra XP for completing it the first time. DPS. That's not I don't need a DPS, DJ. I need a tank. Is this on EU? Yes, it is. No, it's on NA. Prey, you on the NA server? You wanted to hear about Alchemy Desert, but you got an ad. People rotate the dolmens. So here. Which I don't have any unlocked. As you can see, I didn't power level. We still don't have a tank. How do we not have a tank? We don't technically need one. We could just go in. Let's go here. If we get a whisper for a tank, we'll take it, but if we're not, we'll just go in anyway. So we can run all the way to the dungeon, go to the door, but I'm going to travel in to save a bit of time. So once
I can just travel to you. I don't know where you went, so I can just travel on you.
Once I'm at the load screen, you can, yes. So travel to me now, and that will take you into the banished cells.
That's actually cool. I kind of like how you're able to teleport to your party members, and there's no cost or downside to this. You can always get to your party members.
The only time you can't do it is in Cyrodiil, so PvP flagged areas.
Did you want to marry me in game, or are you already married?
I'm already done.
Already taken.
Already taken. Yeah, you can get XP for that.
Okay.
So you get a 10% XP boost, but you have to sacrifice your gear to do so because you have to wear it in one of the ring slots. So this dude here is really annoying, but he's your quest guy. So if you speak to him and get your quest off him, once the dungeon is completed, he will then give you a skill point. And every single dungeon has one skill point. This particular one is a base game one, so it needs to be this version that you take the quest from, and then dungeon 2, you'll get another quest. So there's a variation of it. There's version 1 and version 2.
We're finding these keeper. That's what gives you the skill point.
Yes. Now you can follow the story all the way through, or you can just go through and kill everything and then hand it in at the end.
Okay, I'm just gonna go and attack these. I'm not gonna die, right?
No, you'll die. There you are. We're gonna heal it. You're fine. So generally speaking, rule of thumb, we don't have one, so it's irrelevant now. Always let the tank go first, otherwise you're just gonna get nuked. But on normal, it shouldn't be so bad. This is a lot safer for you at the moment. So again, these are gonna die a lot quicker than they normally would, but you still get the same reward at the end. You still get your skill point. You still get your quest completed.
Like I ended up picking teleport.
You got a teleport strike?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can jump across. It's like a gap closer.
Yeah, pretty cool.
When you upgrade that, that will actually get even stronger. Can I come as a tank for mods? You can indeed.
Yeah. Xynode's also streaming, so if you want to message me, just message me game, or just go to the stream and ask.
So this dungeon is very, very basic. This is one of the first ones that you'll unlock around sort of level 10-ish for the dungeon finder, because at the moment we can't use the finder until you are higher level. But when you use the dungeon finder, you'll get extra XP for that.
So you get like a bonus XP for doing the dungeon finder.
Yeah. But the dungeons are locked to the dungeon finder at certain levels. However, as you can see here, if you want to just go to any dungeon, you can just travel to it. So you're not restricted to do any of the content at any time, but the dungeon finder does have its own kind of suggestions, if you like, by locking certain dungeons until a certain level.
I definitely want to loot all these mobs in here. Is there like really, really rare gear that could drop off random mobs, or is that not something you have to worry about?
Trash pulls and chests drop the entire loot table.
So it's important to basically loot everything.
Yeah, kill everything, loot everything, sell everything. This boss dude here, you'll see one of the most basic mechanics in, which is where he channels and you have to interrupt it, which is what you saw in the tutorial. That kind of stuff doesn't always have the same effect. It could be a big explosion, it could be someone getting pinned, it could be all manner of different mechanics, but the outcome is usually the same. Whoever ends up getting hit by a channeled effect will probably die, depending on what it is. So if you bash it, you prevent it from happening.
That's like your left and right click, I believe?
Yeah. So you should look like, where have you gone? You should look like this. Your character does this. That is the most important mechanic in the entire game.
I love winning. Drinks
Are you
already.
first person, by the way?
No, I'm not first person. I'm
good.
playing third person, yeah.
Do not. Do not.
I'm like a max zoom MMO player. I'm always max zoom.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, it's immersive as hell when you do play first person, but you can't see a lot of the mechanics underneath your feet, so it's really bloody tricky.
So the more view distance, the better.
Yep.
Okay, and when we have to get out of this dungeon, we just run out?
You can just run out, but you can.
Oh, we're not actually done at the dungeon yet.
No. That was.
Oh, I thought that was it.
I'm not ignoring chat. I'm on comms, so it's difficult to talk to the chat at the same time. Thank you for the subs, by the way. I have seen them. You're a legend.
Make sure to thank your subs that are getting them. You don't have to just talk to me the entire time.
Right, we're gonna mute him for the rest of the stream now.
I know I came on a little strong when I asked you to marry me for those bonuses.
Yeah, we're done. Okay, second boss. So this one is quite a basic fight. When he does a tail whip, you need to block. Apart from that, never ever run away from the enemy if you can help it.
Drinks all
Because if you
around.
do, it's gonna be awkward for the tank. So when he does his tail whip, kill the small ad that comes out. I'm gonna
I was waiting for this tail whip.
I'm gonna. Yeah, it's a bit slow today. Come on. I'm gonna stop hitting him so he does it.
I'm just gonna hold my block forever.
He's not doing it.
Hey, did you lie to me about this tail whip?
It doesn't exist. I was just making you scared for it. Just kill him. What the hell, man? I've never seen that.
There is supposed to be a tail whip there at some point.
Tail whip.
The tail whip? No.
Anyway, you know that boss said that was really simple? Yeah, well, it is. What the fuck happened there? He does a big tail spin, you just block it, that's it. What you'll find is a lot of people try to run away from that boss, and if you do, you get punished. You'll jump on your head. There's a lot of older mechanics in the game that have that as a kind of a feature. If you are too far away, you'll get jumped, even if the boss is aggroed by the tank. Also, it's not like other MMOs when it comes to aggro counters and all the rest of it. It's not like who does the most damage or who goes in first and all that kind of stuff. It's fairly random. Usually by the first ability that happens, whether it's a heal or damage or whatever, but it can be fully controlled by an active taunt. So as long as there is a taunt on the target, it won't intentionally hit anybody else unless one of the mechanics are deliberately random. So his overall stuff will only hit the tank. Also my bags are full, which is rubbish. Need to empty those. 1 second. So once we've done this, because we've got you into it, we're going to go into a DLC dungeon. Those are much more challenging. And a lot more mechanics are involved. Look at that hype train. Thank you very much. I don't want to sell jewelry. That's a trick as well. Don't sell jewelry. Deconstruct it. The materials is too expensive. Okay, that should do it. 2 more bosses. Well, yes, 2 more.
Yeah, I just got like a jewelry box. So I was putting that on, and I got some more loot, and I got like a set bonus now.
Yep. So the one you got from here is going to be Tormentor, Sanctuary,
I love winnings.
or
Drinks all around.
I can't remember the other one. My brain has stopped. What was it? It wasn't Twin Sisters. That was from the other place. I forget what the other set is in here. But it's 3 sets in every dungeon. So the bosses can drop individual specific items. Some drop just the chests of the set, or chest and legs. Some drop hands and feet. Some drop helmets and shoulders. But the main boss at the end always drops jewelry or weapons. All the time. But you also have a sticker book as well, which is basically a list of all the things that you've ever bound to your character. Whether you've deconstructed it or sold it, if it's bound to you, your account remembers it, and you can recraft it at any time. Obviously it costs resources, but, I mean, not a lot. It costs transmute crystals, which we'll worry more about those later. So the vet version of this is actually the same. Nothing is any different apart from everything has more health and everything hits you harder.
And then that's level 50, the veteran version. Is this the end boss of the dungeon? He kind of looks like an end boss. No, it's not the end boss.
No, we're nearly there.
Yeah, I like your UI setup a lot more than my basic one.
You can change that with the High Isle chapter, actually. I mean, you can technically change it already. You have add-ons and bits and pieces, but I'm using the control pad setting.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
So in the High Isle chapter, which is coming soon, next week actually.
June 6th, right?
June 6th. and 21st for console, you will have what's called an accessibility mode. And you can basically set everything up to make it look kind of like this.
Yeah, I like your UI. It looks nice and clean. And so that's just in the game. You don't have to get add-ons for that.
There's no add-ons involved at all. Nothing.
I love winning.
And if I switch
Drinks
to
all
mouse and
around.
keyboard, all of a sudden it will automatically swap it out again. So it will go to here instead. And it looks a little bit different now. And then as soon as I pick the controller up, it swaps it out again.
And
But,
you prefer playing game mode over mouse and keyboard?
For this game, generally speaking, I play on every single server anyway, and 66% of them have to use a control pad, so I just stick to that on every single server. MMOs in general, though, it depends on the game. Like I said, I played them for 23 years anyway, so mouse and keyboard is never a problem, but I don't deliberately overcomplicate things by swapping to a different control for every single server. I just keep to the same stuff. It translates the controller really, really well, though, because it was designed with it as a main feature rather than an afterthought. So it's really, really clean. And this basically is exactly what Xbox and PlayStation looks like. It's no different. The game is the same on every platform. It's just you can make it look a little different UI-wise on PC. Okay, this is the last boss after this asshole. Like I said, this is a very basic dungeon, and one of the first ones you'll encounter if you use the dungeon finder at level 10. But also, people still get wrecked. Quite a lot. They run around.
Hey, I'm basically getting carried by you guys right now. You guys are all high item level.
I think you killed that one skeleton.
I'm contributing a little bit, yeah. I'm
Okay.
keeping morale high.
You are.
Are there any mechanics that I gotta watch out for on
Yeah,
this guy?
watch out for his heavy attack and block it if it's on you, which it won't be. And then watch him, because randomly after or before the heavy, he will throw out a Hadouken. And then this also, when he's beaming, stay out of the circles of dead. So if you get Hadoukens, you got to block it, but it's very hard to spot. And if he's beaming, you got to get out of the fire. One more thing, the feast behind you, which just died, that ball, the floating ball, needs to be killed soon. So if you look behind you, I'll let you do that, mechanic. Go kill that feast.
East.
Yep. If
Oh,
you
this
kill
thing,
that-
yeah.
If you kill that, great. If you don't, he'll eat it and heal.
I don't want
A
that.
lot.
It kind of like shoots out and then find it.
Yeah, it comes out of the portal. So go again. There's one behind you. There you go. As long as you maintain that, the fight's not that bad. He's got two major hits, the Hadouken and the heavy attack. Apart from that, it's don't stand in stupid. Stab him in the back. Now, we're going to go on to a slightly different one. So it will still be relatively tame, difficulty-wise, because of your level. But
Winning. I love winning. Drinks
it's going to be
all
very
around.
different when it comes to mechanics. There's going to be quite a few. So let's go to... Do you know what? We're going to go to Fang Lair. Because there's a dragon in there.
This isn't as grand as the spells I learned from the day.
So we're gonna do a dragon. Okay, so how do I get out of dungeon quickly? So if I'm a new player,
Winning. I love winning.
If you want to get out of the
Drinks
dungeon
all
quickly, you can
around.
just travel to a way shrine. So go to your map and then just travel out. Or you can use the door.
where's the door at?
Same door we came in. So you've got two different directions to go. You can go all the way back, or you can just run up the stairs to the left where we killed the boss. So I am in there now. If you travel to me, should be good. Oh, don't forget. Backseat Gamer Paul,
I
thank you
love
very much.
winning.
Hand your quest
Drinks
in.
all around.
Yeah, I did not talk to the keeper. I almost ran away with.
Yeah, he's gonna have a bit of a script. He's gonna talk loads and loads and loads, and then once that's done, you can speak to him. Is he finished jabbering on?
Yeah, I'm just getting my rewards right now, my level.
Nice. What level are you now?
Now-
4 or 5? 6? Nice. So it doesn't take long.
I love weddings. Drinks all around.
Okay, I am officially out of the dungeon. I wasn't stuck in there for too long. I just teleport to you, or are you going
Yeah, you should
to...
be able to teleport to me. So again, you've got several different options. You can run out the door. You can travel to another completely different location, to your house or to a way shrine or whatever. Or you can travel to your group members, or you can literally go into your group menu and just leave instance. So that's also an option. So either way, it's fine. Now this one is the first... I'm not going to give too much of a spoiler about what happens at the end, apart from the fact you know there's a dragon in there somewhere. This is the first dungeon that had a dragon in it in Elder Scrolls Online. So this was huge. This is full of necromancers and all that kind of stuff. So that should give you a brief, not too obvious spoiler as to what's going to go on. What's the dungeon group etiquette? Dungeon group etiquette is easy. You say hello when you enter, and you say thank you for group when you leave. Even if
different
sucks.
emotes.
Yeah. You've got a hotbar for all different emotes on there, but that is also being updated with the High Isle chapter. So at the moment you'll have an emote section where you can put several different ones on your bar, and you can excuse me, use them as and when you want, or you can do / and then the command itself. But with High Isle, there are going to be alterations to the quick bars. So you're going to be able to bring it up and then go left and right and bring up loads and loads of different ones, rather than just 2 specific ones for pots and emotes. There's even going to be one just for your merchants.
And then with Heil, there's going to be a bunch of new dungeons too, or
There's a
raids?
new trial. So there's Dead Cell Reef, or Dread Cell Reef even, which is going to be all piratey, pirate-esque. Very bloody cool. Played it quite a bit on PTS so far. Obviously there's still adjustments happening to that until it gets released, which I think they're almost over with now. But it's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
That's on June 6th, right? That's going to be out.
Correct, yeah. You can play it on PTS now.
On a test server.
Yep. It's been on the test server for about 6 or 7 weeks, I think. Quite a long time in comparison to normal. It's normally on there for about 5.
PTS servers invite only, or is anyone able to go on there and just test and get feedback?
Anyone can go on there as long as they have access. One moment. To fix something.
They're here sooner than expected. No matter. You will go no further and your bones will join this.
So many windows open. You get it. Okay, first of all, when this boss splits up, which he's now going to, count down 3, 2, 1, dodge roll.
Way is shut. Nothing you can do will
She spits nasty magic shots at the group when she first spawns. I mean, she does it throughout the fight anyway, but the first one at the beginning sometimes ends up on one person, and they get nuked. So just to avoid that, always dodge at the beginning. Whoop. For that growth. Oh, you got a shield now.
Yeah,
Nice.
I got the shield. I don't know if this is a meta thing, but I'm
So the
got
thing
one
is,
dagger and
with,
a
the,
shield.
with the sword and board, be very careful with one particular skill. Your first skill that you unlock, you do not want to use it if you're not a tank, because that taunts.
So I can play a tank then, right?
You could, yeah. You can do anything you want, but as soon as you buy that skill, you are taunting stuff. So you might take it off the tank, or you might not realize you got aggro and get slapped.
I'll admit, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me.
But if you get a kill with any weapon that you're holding, it will unlock the whole skill line. Obviously, you've got to level up the skills to get the next one in the list, but the skill line itself will open up if you get a kill with a weapon. Just one, even if it's a rat.
Drinks all around.
That's what I'm afraid
large must have dedicated ritual areas. We should
Again, 3 more sets for this particular dungeon, completely separate to the one that we were in earlier, and completely separate to the overland that we were in earlier. And every single dungeon has a different monster set at the end on veteran difficulty. That also goes for, like, Banished Cells we went on a moment ago. That was version 1. Banished Cells 2, different story, slightly different bosses and such, and different monster helmet at the end.
These are all just temporary sets. You're not going to be using them for that long.
At the moment, the stuff that you've got, you will out-level. So just slap it on. If it's better than what you're already using, great. If not, just sell it or dump it. Either way, if it's bound to you, it goes into your sticker book. So you can make it when you're a higher level later at the level you want it to be. Again, that's very recent. That's only been the last year.
So they've been adding a lot to the game then, even recently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a hell of a lot. Massive combat updates. Constantly trying to balance that, especially with the hybridization to the game as well. Because you could always build for hybrid if you wanted to, but you had to really think about how to do it because it wasn't that easy. Now, you just slap on anything, do what you want.
I have damage numbers on, or does it not really matter too much?
Do you have them on right now?
No, I don't have them on.
Okay, so that's a problem for new players that most people don't know where it is. So if you go into your options and go into combat, so settings, combat, you will have all manner of different things on there. So you want to have ability timers on for both ability timers and back bow timers, back bar even. Attribute bars, I mean, to be fair, under resource numbers, you might want to put that on number and percent, so it's a little bit easier to see.
All combat text on?
Yep, all of it, all of it, all of it. You don't need to worry about the pet stuff because you don't have a pet, but the rest of it, turn it all on. And one more thing as well, at the bottom there where it says buffs and debuffs, make sure you have that as always show and put them all on as well. Now, you can alter that over time to your liking, but that will help you visually kind of track what's going on once you understand what all the skills do. Some people like to thin it out, some people like to show it all. The only other thing you definitely want to show is your ultimate number. So on the heads-up display option at the top there, in the combat section, it'll say ultimate number. Have that on. Because you will unlock ultimates throughout your progress as a character, and you will need to see how much you have in order to plan when you want to use it.
Yeah, I need to be level 50 for an ultimate, huh?
Nope. Your skill levels for your class will unlock your first ultimate at level 12.
Drinks all around.
So that doesn't mean you have to be level 12. Your skill line does. So level 50 ultimates are for weapon skill lines. So your dual wield, for example, that you've got on now, if you get to dual wield 50, then you'll unlock, I think it was 50, you get the ulti there. It makes it a lot easier when you can see the numbers. Not that you really have to see what the numbers are, but it's nice to gauge what your character is and isn't doing. All good?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Let's do it. Okay, we've got a boss coming. Not just yet, but almost. This one, when it was first introduced, wiped people for quite a while, and still does, actually. If I say, I'll give you a pre-warning for the mechanics. I'll tell you to avoid the exploding doggies. That's all I can really say, because it's basically that.
Is it just like these other abilities on the ground where there's like a little red circle that I just don't stand in?
Yeah, so that can also be changed. You can change the color of it. In your general options, your gameplay options, there are 2 color wheels that you can alter. One is for negative AoEs, which is currently set to red for you, and another one is for positives. So you can increase its intensity or alter the color and all that good stuff. I know you're going to get people saying which color's best, but that's stupid. It's your eyes. You decide.
I feel like you're just conditioned to know red equals bad, right? Kind of like
love to tell you that that happens. No, people still stand in it. It's maybe.
I think red is good.
Red is your health bar. Of course, it's a heal.
Sometimes games do beat you a little bit, right? They'll
Yep.
condition, you know, red is bad, and all of a sudden they'll throw in a mechanic where red is suddenly good.
Oh, dude, they did that with the AoE mechanics. You see this dude?
Yeah.
Bash him. No, the other one. This Challen dude over here. There you go. Keep an eye out for that in all content. Any abilities like that need to be bashed. So, there is one mechanic in the game. Actually, there's a couple that do it now, but when it was first introduced, it was in Somerset chapter. And it's an AoE that is attached to a player. Now, most of the time, if an AoE is attached to someone, you don't run into the group, obviously, because they go boom. This individual mechanic was a positive side of an AoE. Basically, the more people inside of it, the less damage you take. And it took people quite a while to realize that you actually had to hug your players with that on, because most people run away from it. You're on PC now? Yes, I am. So bosses after this one. This ad pull on Vet can actually be quite nasty, because those Bone Colossuses will kill you in one shot.
There's a lot of mobs. Good density here.
Oh, yeah. This can also depend on how your tank pulls stuff as well. If you're a really effective tank manipulating distance and range and stuff, you can stack them all up nice and neat. Or if you're a panicky one, you just run in the room and everything goes a bit stupid. Depends on the player. Exploding doggies over there. Don't let them touch you. If they touch you, you go boom. First time I ever saw that, I crapped myself. I didn't know what to expect. It's like, oh, what are they? Bang, dead. Oh, great. Took a while to figure out. These two here, the Sench and the Gua, they essentially need to be killed, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. However, if you don't get rid of the cat or pay attention to it, it's going to pin someone to the ground and kill them. So if you do see that munching on somebody, you've got to interrupt it with a bash. That also can't be taunted, so the aggro is a bit tricky. These guys can, but the dogs tend to just do what they want, and the cat does what it wants as well. Don't stand it stupid.
I love winning. Drinks all
Minus
around.
exploding dogs. You will find that some people wiggle around a lot. That in later content is actually quite dangerous because they could have AoEs attached to them and kill people. So generally speaking, you only really move around if you're trying to reposition yourself or avoid mechanics. It's not like FPSs or third-person shooters or anything like that where you move and you can avoid damage. The only way to avoid damage is to physically not stand in it or do an actual dodge roll.
I'm gonna dig through the notes I've found so far. See what else you can discover deeper in.
You got more gear, didn't you?
Actually, yeah, man, I'm getting like so much gear, so I just keep having to put it all on.
Yeah, just put it on. I mean, as soon as you unlock your armor skill lines as well, that's when things start to change. Start getting nice individual stats and such.
Now I got a dress on. I didn't have a dress before, but now I got a dress.
Is that your first light armor piece or a second? I thought you had one already.
Yeah, that's my second one, yeah.
Okay, so one more, and that will open up the skill line for you. Boing. This way.
It's a shortcut?
No. This is where we have to go. There aren't really many shortcuts, to be perfectly honest with you, in most of the dungeons. Some of the more recent dungeons, though, have introduced an ongoing thing that we're keeping, I hope, which is secrets. There are secret bosses in some of the newer dungeons. And each one of them that you kill, if you find them, will give you a buff for the rest of the dungeon. So, I'm not going to give a spoiler, actually. We're going to do Red Petal Bastion after this, because you're going to see one of the coolest secrets in the game. That's where half the chat goes, oh my god! No spoilers! Don't say it.
No, on Twitch I will never spoil anything.
No, never. Did you know how difficult it was to avoid spoilers for Game of Thrones? I still, to this day, have not watched it because I want to binge watch the crap out of it. I worked on an unannounced project a very long time ago where I had to use Game of Thrones as a reference, and I obviously stream, so people talk about that stuff all the time. Well, they used to when it was really, really popular. To this day, I've still managed to avoid nearly every single spoiler, which is a bit nuts if you consider stream chat usually just tells you everything anyway. So this particular mechanic here, you're not really going to see too much, but you see all those skeletons? They're
exploding everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming from a totem on the other side of the room. Look over here. You've got these totem things. When they're active, you've got to kill them to get rid of the skeletons. However, you can burn the boss if you're quick. If you're not quick enough,
DPS.
Yeah, if you're not quick enough, he'll just go immune and they'll force you to do the mechanics anyway.
The little DPS check there.
Not to complete it, but to avoid that mechanic, yes.
You have really not watched Game of Thrones yet?
No, not at all. I wanted to not sit there and watch an episode every week and just go, oh, when's the next one? So I waited until it was over. And now I just haven't got the time. So eventually, I'll just buy the entire box set and watch it all at once. You won't see me for weeks. I binge watch stuff. I can't watch it one after the other, like, with gaps. It does my head in.
Yeah, it's a pretty good series. Probably one of my favorite ones.
The only thing I got to see while I was working on a project, because I was a concept artist prior to this as well, was the fight where the dude squashed his head like a melon. I saw that. That's it.
I love
Yeah, there's
winning.
definitely a lot of
Drinks all
that.
around.
So this boss will pin someone to the ground and drag them across the floor.
To interrupt it?
You have to kill the ghost that's doing the dragging.
He was a unique specimen.
Winning. I love winning. Drinks all around.
Then we'll have a space invader mechanic, which is what I call it, where you've got loads and loads and loads of shots coming out of the boss and you've just got to wiggle your feet to get in and out of them. You'll see what I mean. So I'm not going to go ham on this dude. I'll let you see the mechanic.
I'm going to try to be a good ESO player and not move too much and just be behind them.
Yep, if there's anything dangerous, you've got to move your feet, but if not... here you go. You can see the healer's got pinned. So you got to come over here and kill the ghost.
Yeah.
You got to kill the ghost before Ulfnor gets to him. Otherwise, he'll stab him in the chest.
I think he's dead. I don't have no...
If Ulfnor gets over to the player that's pinned, he'll stab them in the chest and kill them in one shot. Space Invader mechanic. See that? You got to wiggle in and out of the stuff.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. They come out of the boss and then you have to avoid...
Yep. You getting dragged?
Yeah, wait, you guys have to save me.
So
wait,
that
don't
on
save me.
vet-
I want to see what happens. There's some DPS.
I can't. I've already got dots on him. Okay, so this will happen to the tank, actually. At the end, nobody gets pinned by the ghost. At the end, the tank just gets uppercutted into Gratwood over there, which is miles away. Gratwood's a town or location. But the ghost just pins him from a distance. The boss is now only going to pin the tank. If that goes over to the tank, he'll stab them and kill them.
So if he gets pulled in there, he's going to die.
He's going to die. Yes, we killed the tank. For science. Oh, man.
Is he going to bill us for those repair charges?
No. The good thing is you've got daily rewards for logging in, daily login rewards. And to be fair, the amount of potions and food and repair kits that you get, you don't really have to repair that often unless you're a very, very active player in a lot of content. If you're just playing casually, you'll probably end up stacking enough repair kits to just never end up costing a penny.
Yeah, I noticed a login reward. Every single day I've been logging a couple days. I've just been grabbing.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Usually give you consumables, food, potions, that kind of stuff.
I got some like poison today, I guess, and I equipped it, and I don't know where it went to.
Okay, so the poison goes on your weapons. So you've got glyphs on your weapons that fire when you use weapon abilities or light attacks or heavy attacks. And when they fire, obviously they're on a cooldown and then they can fire again. Your poisons will negate the glyph, so it doesn't work anymore, but you'll fire off poisons instead. And they're also on a cooldown, so their different effects will trigger during combat. It basically just replaces the glyph with a consumable. But as soon as they run out, if you haven't got any more left, then your glyph comes back into play again. So this here is what I like to call breadcrumb mechanics. Zos will always give you breadcrumbs trails along the way. They teach you mechanics before you get there. Now, if you're a YOLOer, you'll never notice that, and you'll get to the last boss and you'll be surprised and wonder what the hell's going on. But if you pay attention, you can see what they're trying to teach very, very clearly. So these Bone Colossus guys, quite nasty, big heavy attack, avoid it. But the crystals need to be killed. The crystals, if they aren't killed, will make these Bone Colossus guys come out. And when it comes to the boss fight, you will be reintroduced to those crystal mechanics. So generally speaking, for the most part, once you get to our last boss on a DLC dungeon, you should have a rough idea of how the presented mechanics actually work before you get there, usually.
I kind of like that how they...
Sorry?
I said I kind of like that how they kind of trickle in the mechanics as you're
Yeah.
playing to prepare you for the boss, so you're just not blindsided.
There are going to be variations to that, obviously, as you get there, but the most major mechanics are usually shown before you get there.
What's this coffee used for?
What's what, sorry?
Yeah, I found some coffee in a crate.
Full provisioning. So you can use it to make foods and drinks and stuff. Provisioning lists are massive, dude. There's so many things you can make in this game.
Winning. I love winning. Drinks all
Absolutely
around.
crazy. 9 times out of 10, you'll probably stick to the same old recipes, maybe 1 or 2 different foods. But there are a lot. There are a hell of a lot. Same for potion making as well. Loads of those. And furnishing. Housing, fashion, and furnishing and all that kind of stuff is massive in this game. Absolutely huge. I think we're close to 110, I think, different motif styles.
Yeah, so like when you can get married in this game to get like benefits for your character. Do you also do housing together then? Do you like
Housing is individual per person, but you can give people permission to do what you do in the house, basically. You can move stuff around, decorate it, and all that kind of stuff. The marriage part of the character is only for your XP bonus. You put on the Ring of Mara, and you both have an XP bonus while you're together.
I'm so glad you could be here for
Boing.
my moment of triumph. I promise you'll be as well.
Winning.
You ready for
I
this?
love winnings. Drinks
Yeah,
all
I'm ready.
around.
This is the final boss of this dungeon,
Yes, it is.
and it's probably going to be a dragon.
And your shattered bodies will make
Yes, it was. And now it's being controlled by a necromancer.
Not while he's fighting. You have to be the ones to stop this.
This, on veteran difficulty, is one of the trickiest ones for a new group to get to grips with, because the mechanics stagger like hell. Instead of it being repetitive, like 20% this, 60% this, or whatever, whenever the health percentages kick in, this is doing that to start with, and then it leads into a whole different game. Complete mess of stuff and things all happening at once.
We have to go and view all the crystals now.
Yep. They're on health percentages, so once they kick in, you got to go kill them. Otherwise, Bone Colossus will come out. And once they're all done, you'll get another phase, and then that starts changing again. Again, on the regular vet and normal, this is pretty much the same thing. On hard mode, it gets really tricky. So this here, once he gets down to the next jump point of his health even, we're going to see a big, big wall of death. I thought that was ready, but it's not. Another 5%. There we go. So this will kick in now. Okay, see the dude at the end with the big, big wall?
Yeah.
We're looking for a gold wall to hide behind. So this
Gold
here,
wall.
Yep, here. Stay behind that, you won't die. Okay, now get back into the middle again. He's going to repeat that over and over and over.
And that's the one-shot mechanic then.
One shot. No survival whatsoever, no way around it.
Maybe I feel like I might test it.
Test it.
Another.
Go run into him. Okay, the wall is over here. You dead?
Oh, I ran right through it.
You're on normal, dude. Now you're dead.
The strings will not be enough.
On normal, they give you a little bit of forgiveness.
I love winnings.
So,
Drinks all
generally
around.
speaking, most one-shot mechanics that on vet that will kill you instantly. On normal, sometimes they put you to almost dead and not quite. Other times they just replicate the difficulty of the other. But the hardest part about this on hard mode is at the last phase, which you'll see in a moment. Gold pad, find one each. On the last phase, you will continuously get ghosts from random directions, and there's gaps in them and no gold wall. If you don't get to the gold wall, if you don't get to the gaps, you're dead. So you have to constantly pay attention to these flows of ghosts going backwards and forwards, while trying to deal with these mechanics at the moment that are going on, while trying to deal with bone colossus in the room as well that randomly spawn.
Like a lot to micromanage.
Yes.
Take quite a bit of attempts for new players to get that down, to learn all the
massively.
mechanics.
Yep. This is, again, like I said, this is one of the most challenging ones for a newer player to get to grips to. One in the middle, dude. You should be able to survive it. Again, on normal, you won't die here, but it is a one-shot on vet. Ah, you got it anyway. Nice. I'm going to get this dude up. Block that. Yeah, this was a difficult one to explain in the video as well. I have a whole series called All About Mechanics for dungeons, arenas, trials, all that stuff. And this one, while trying to talk over top of the mechanics actually happening, I had to slow it down, dude, because there was just so much going on at once.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Yeah, it's bonkers. Okay, so now that you've seen the dragon, now we're going to show you a mega secret. Make sure you hand in the quest, though, of course. I'm going to travel to wherever the hell it is. I always forget where this is. No, it's Black Drake Villa. Black Drake Villa is really cool, actually. Where the hell is Red Petal Bastion? My brain doesn't want to work. Blackwood? No, that's Dread Cellar. Shan. That's Cauldron. I travel to them usually through the dungeon finder, and I forget where they are. My brain has stopped. Good Umbra. Good timing. Already got it.
You can take your time. I'm just watching the roleplay right now.
So, I'm gonna travel in. You can travel to me in like 10-15 seconds if you're not already done the quest part. I'm gonna grab a drink of water real quick. 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay. I am back. So yeah, you can travel to me whenever you're ready, and this is going to be epic.
I told you bargaining wouldn't work.
This one has some of the new system in place, basically. So most dungeons have sort of 4, 5, 6 bosses or whatever. All these dungeons now, the newer ones, don't know this dungeon at all, it's fine. All the newer dungeons now tend to have 3 major bosses and 3 secret bosses. So you don't have to do the secrets, but if you do, you are rewarded for it.
It's good rewards to do the secret bosses.
You can get achievements for doing them the first time, but every time you do them, you get a secret buff. Thank you, Bill, guys, dude. Thank you very much. So, never go first before the tank in here. You'll get wrecked on Vet. Normal's not so bad. Vet, different story. Speaking of which level are you now? Social group. You're 7, dude. You're almost dungeon finder material. So it doesn't take long to level at all.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Yep.
And this is kind of like, we're not leveling the traditional, we're not doing quests, and we're just doing dungeon level.
Yeah.
I like dungeon leveling. Dungeons is my thing to do.
That's what I tend to recommend on my level up guide, actually. I tell people not to power level because it will make them bad players, because everything is about your feet and your interaction with the mechanics, not your levels. But even in that guide, I tell people to use a dungeon finder all day long. Every new dungeon will give you XP and a skill point. So you don't have to then go backwards after you've got to your desired level to get the skill points, because you did it along the way. Just another note as well. Hard modes on this particular dungeon. There's one for every boss. You cannot do the boss afterwards on hard mode until you've beaten the one before on hard mode. So you have to do the whole lot. But you can only activate hard modes on veteran difficulty. We need to kill this adpul, and then we've got a secret. And again, this is down to the players to find the secrets.
But you already know all the secrets.
Yeah. But when they first brought these out, not everybody knew that they had secrets in them. They were just like, oh, we're going to go kill bosses. And Unhallowed Grave was one of the ones that they first introduced the secrets in. And the first one's really, really sneaky. There's a tiny, tiny hole in the wall. And if you don't spot it, you'll never know. So up here, in this tower, there's a button to press. So if you go up in this tower and just stand on that switch, and we have to press 2 other ones at the same time.
Oh, yeah, okay. So this little symbol on the ground, it's kind of like radiating teal. I step on this. It's like a pressure plate?
Yep, correct. I'm in the wrong building.
And you guys are going to 2 other spots, and that will spawn a secret?
Correct.
How long did it take the community to figure this out?
Well, they're on PTS for about a month or so before it comes out. So it's not that long. Normally within the first few days or so, but then generally speaking, not everybody watches YouTube and Twitch and all the rest of it to spoil new content. They don't want to see the stuff yet, so they want to try it for themselves. When that happens, individual groups could take a substantial amount of time to find it. But if you've done a lot of dungeons in the past, you can probably figure out what the new things on the ground are to do. So you've never seen this before in another dungeon, you must be able to stand on it. There must be other ones to do. It's a domino effect of like, oh, this is new, what does it do? Versus completely ignoring it because you wouldn't know. But that's, like I said, for the Unhallowed Grave one, that is something that was very, very tricky to spot. This one, pads, stand on it, it does something. Unhallowed Grave, you're looking for a hole in the wall and you might never find it. So they've got a little bit, I don't want to say lenient. They've appreciated the fact that not everyone is going to spot a tiny hole in the wall, and they've made them a little bit more obvious. But you do still have to have a really good look to find out where everything is hidden. You know it's there, but it's tricky to explain, but it's simpler than it was when they first came out. Let's put it that way.
All the hidden stuff like you interact with, does it always have like a teal outline like this one did, or is it different themes?
So that's the thing. It is different themes depending on the dungeon itself. But the first one that had secrets officially, apart from March of Sacrifices, if we ignore that one, we'll count Unhallowed Grave.
Winning. I love
they
winning.
were really hard to
Drinks
spot.
all around.
One of them, we're going to have to show you after this so you can see it. But one of them, if you don't pick up the first secret, you can't get to the second one. And if you do have it activated, if you do go to it, you still don't know how to get there unless you hover your cursor off into the abyss. You have to look in a very specific location for a grapple point to actually appear. It's crazy.
I'm going to the blue portal now, huh?
Correct, yes. Go inside.
I thought you guys were just going to leave me in the tower all day long.
No. As soon as it's activated, we've got the portal. So again, they have simplified the secret activation, but you still have to look around for it. Press the button, dude. You can do it.
I'm going to do it.
Don't fall off.
You can actually fall off this platform?
Oh, yeah. Golden Sky Shard. As a meme, by the way. If anyone says Golden Sky Shard, it means they fell off.
What would actually trigger you to fall off?
Well, if you run around the room too much, get heavy attacked into a corner, anything. Generally speaking, most people don't fall off there, but they can. If you've got that wind on you, you need to fight it away.
Drinks all around.
You jump.
Oh, like that. Purple thing that was radiating off me, I had to kite that away.
This one here, you can see this one is chasing me.
Oh yeah, I see it, yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch that. On normal, it's not so harsh. On vet, that will kill you very, very quickly.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Is this one on me?
No, it's on me again. I always get aggro off of freaking everything.
Too much damage, huh?
I wish it was the case. It's not how they do it. It's just luck. Right, so if you go into your character sheet right now, you've got a new buff. It's called Crystal Animus Aegir, or Aegir, or however you want to say that. This gives you an increase to your stamina and magicka for 10%, but healing a damaged ally will put a spirit, kind of a bubble around you, or it hovers around your head. And it will attack the closest enemy within 30 meters during its duration. Also, wait a minute. If I do this, that won't work, but it will if you actually have no, if you have negative health. But also it will heal people as well, so it's really, really nice. So always put, oh, you can't even do that yet. What level are you, 7?
Oh, level 7.
Okay, so when you get to 10, remind me that you're level 10. We'll go over that again later, but you can get heal then. Basically what you need to do is heal other people to benefit from that extra damage ball orb thing. That's your new secret. That's
what happens if I jump off of it?
You die. That's not the cool one though. That's a very cool secret, but it's not the cool one. The cool one's coming up. It's the second one. Nobody in my chat yet has spoiled the secret, so I don't know if anyone has in yours.
Oh, they haven't spoiled it yet.
Okay, good. Okay, ready? First boss. I won't spoil it. We'll just let you get hit. This is bonkers. Did you come through the portal?
Yeah, I had to respawn you that jumped off the side to see what happened.
Oh, okay. Here we go. So the hard mode button is here, but you can't press that on normal. And that will increase his difficulty substantially. But he's not too bad. It's the other ones that are quite tricky. This dude is friggin' nuts. His mechanics are quite straightforward. Don't stand in stupid. Make sure you kill the portals. But something else is going to happen along the way. I want to see if you get the mechanic first. Hopefully you do. Ah, look behind you. Look behind you.
Oh, the goat?
It's a goat. It's got to run around and pick up all these sweet rolls to give us ultimate and heal us and buff and all the rest of it. And then after a period of time, he'll turn back into normal again.
It's frogs, so we just kill the frogs while he does the other stuff?
It's the goat boss. There you go. Go
I'm a goat!
Go pick up the cakes. Okay, portal at the back. I'll get rid of it. I could kill the boss, but I won't. I'll show you the mechanics. You gotta kill these portals over time, because otherwise they'll just spew out enemies. Some of them are really harsh. Remember that interrupt mechanic I told you at the beginning of the game, which is the most important one that you'll ever encounter? Well, if you don't do that in here for the eyeball type enemies, someone's gonna die.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
I don't see the eyeballs right now.
No, we haven't got any in the room at the moment, but you'll see some more later. The enemies that come out at random, you get watchers, which are big eyeball things. You get dangerous spiders, and you also get flesh astronauts, which are really big chunk of boys with a big hammer on their hand. My freaking bags are always full. That's something you'll struggle with in ESO, by the way. Inventory management 101. Bags are always full.
Looking at that, I only have 8 more spaces, so I'm gonna have to do some management soon, huh?
Yeah, if you use this merchant here, you can sell stuff to it. The only thing you can't do with these merchants is you can't repair on them. So you can sell stuff that is in your bag if it's sellable, but you can't buy repair kits or anything like that, because that would just negate the point in having them in the overland.
I should basically sell everything, huh?
Yeah, just sell it all. When you're leveling up, I didn't want to sell that, that was food. When you're leveling up, by the time you get to 50, if you just flog everything you don't need, you'll end up with about 100k.
Yeah, so I'm just going to sell everything I didn't get. Maybe I don't want to sell the health potions. Soul gem, those look good,
No,
right?
Keep those. Soul gems you use to res people. And you use them to increase the charges on your weapons, or to refresh them even. So you want to keep as many of them as you can.
Oh, and you also don't want to sell, what are the rings, right? Because you could break them down.
Don't sell rings. So the crafting skill lines, you don't have to actively go out and level up on their own. You can just do it passively. And the way to do that is to have the deconstruction merchant, or deconstruct when you go to a town. So squash any gear that you get, and it will unlock that particular skill line, and it will contribute to it every time you squash something. Jewelry is one of those that does take a long time to level. It is really expensive, and so are the materials. So you want to make sure you always deconstruct any jewelry you don't want. Don't sell it.
Never deconstruct jewelry.
So in the main town, I'll show you a bit later on, you can use loads of different crafting tables, and each one is designed to make stuff or squash stuff of that particular type. So wood crafting tables, clothing tables, blacksmithing, and all that kind of stuff. They're all individual. So this is another secret. If you come down to here, got a pad on the ground. So down the stairs. Where have you gone? Oh,
On the seal,
fine.
yep.
Stay on that one. There's one
unless this was your seal, did you stake claim to it?
No, I don't want it. There's less work for me then. So there's one down the stairs, one up the stairs, and one where you are right now. So once that activates, there you go. Go upstairs, the portal's there.
And also I noticed, what are the... Some of the lights lit up.
Someone's in combat, I'm not sure why. Oh, they've pulled stuff. Whoops. This way. Wrong way. All the way up. It's a shame you can't take some of these secrets into other dungeons, but they all have their own unique ones anyway. Okay, ready?
We're on like the same platform again, kind
of.
I want to press the crystal.
Do it.
No one's come to this bait in a long time. I've been wasting away.
So like when it said off balance stun, is there something that I should be doing to do more damage?
When something goes off balance, if you heavy attack it with whatever weapon you like, that weapon will give you back resources, and it will give you a benefit to the damage from the heavy. So if you're using a melee-based weapon, heavy attack, and it will give you double stamina back and normally heavy attack would. And at the same time, you'll do 70% more damage with the heavy attack than you normally would. There is another champion point slottable that you'll get later because you don't have champion points yet. That will also contribute to off-balance periods, but that's not important at the moment. That's for later. But yeah, generally speaking, that's how you maintain your resources. If you can knock them off balance, utilize that as your resource gaining opportunity. That's your window, basically. So it lasts for 7 seconds on every single enemy, and then it has a downtime or immunity phase of 15.
Are you like a little cocoon?
Yeah, you are. Okay, this is the one you want to look at. Look at the new buff that you've got. Increased health, and hold your block button. There you go.
Oh, I got a flamethrower now.
So basically for blocking, you have a flamethrower coming out of your shield. But every single hit that you receive while blocking will increase the damage that does per tick. So if you're a really scared player or a tank, and you're like this, oh, I'm going to hold block all the time, you're still doing damage. And it's quite high as well. So that damage coming out of there probably does more than what your skills currently do.
Yeah, I don't think I do too much damage right now.
You're doing more than you think. At least you're hitting stuff. Some people run away a lot. Okay, go down to the bottom floor once you get through the portal, and we're going to the next boss. I said go down to the bottom floor, and I didn't. That's good. There we go. So these dudes, you did see these outside, the big ones with the stick. They have to be interrupted. Again, remember when I said there's breadcrumb mechanics in these dungeons? These are on the last boss. So they teach you what to do with those before they're really dangerous. And again, you can just walk into these with a flamethrower. Which is just bonkers.
That's a shard or something?
What did you see?
Someone said to get a shard.
A shard?
Yeah, I don't know the shard. They might have been trolling me.
Like a sky shard? Only if you fall off the edge. That's a golden sky shard. Again, that's a joke within the community. Every time someone falls off a cliff, they go, golden sky shard, that's mine. I got it. You didn't. That doesn't exist. Okay, up here, the door will open in a moment. I actually made a video about that. There was a Let's Play video, and one of the dudes in the video fell off the edge, and it was a stupid position. I've never seen anyone fall off there in my life. It was absolutely freaking ridiculous. And I labeled the video Golden Sky Shard because it's about that moment when they fell off the cliff. I got in trouble for it by like 2 people. No, there was more than that. Like, oh my god, you think it's a Golden Sky Shard, and there isn't. Of course there isn't. It's a joke. There was a tiny, tiny gap on the side of a cliff. I've never seen a player fall off it ever. I couldn't control myself.
There's always that one person that always finds stuff like that in every game.
Oh yeah. Okay, this boss, most of the mechanics are going to be on the tank, but watch out when he does his kick, because he's got a frontal AoE. Watch out for the stuff on the ground, and also when the archer spawns, if we kill her, she'll stop obviously throwing out her abilities, but she will get back up again eventually. If we kill the two-hander, we get rid of him and his abilities, but the most important thing about the two-hander is you must interrupt him. If you don't interrupt him while he's channeling, he's just going to go over and kill people, because it just channels damage over and over and over.
This is a wave-based boss, then. Don't just play one boss?
So he's got a group of friends. I'll slow down a little bit so we can see some of the mechanics. So she's in the room now. She'll put loads of nastiness on the ground, like that. That's about it from her, apart from a big conal AoE. The trouble is with her on hard mode, is that she will put a bubble on the boss, and that bubble will protect him from all abilities outside of the bubble. So you have to get in it. Otherwise you can't hurt him. That also makes it really tricky for the last boss, because the same mechanic is there. You have to interrupt the boss, otherwise it will one-shot someone. But you can't interrupt from range. So you have to run into it. This one here. There you go, you got it.
Yeah, I was like, you said interrupt. I'm like, oh, that kind of looks like an interrupt.
Yep, perfect. That's the mechanic you'll look out for. And again, this is one of the more difficult dungeons when it's on bet as well. All the mechanics in the game, no matter how dramatic they are, somewhere there's going to be a heavy attack and somewhere there's going to be an interrupt mechanic. As soon as you nail down those mechanics early on, the rest of the game's not going to be that difficult for you.
But yeah, so there's not really too many. Is there a lot of DPS checks in this game?
No.
Yes, just mostly mechanical check.
Mostly mechanics. There are some very, very, very specific situations where there are DPS checks, but they're not large. Not really. And generally speaking, most of the time where there is a DPS check, it tends to be as simple as people just not being dead, because then they're more consistent, even if it's low damage. Or other situations like this dude here's got the title for one of the particular places I'm going to talk about. There's a portal in a hard mode in Sunspire, Big Dragon Trial. That portal requires 3 people to go down there. Those 3 people need to be alive and consistently do around 44, 45k DPS roughly, just to make sure that they can maintain enough damage to kill the boss down there before the trial wipes. It's not high, but if you've got that far, most people doing that have probably got about 70 or 80 on their own anyway. So it's not that bad. If you die, you're stuffed, because obviously you can't recover from that. So it's got to be consistent. But in most cases, it's usually just mechanics. There's even one work emergency got dropped. No worries, dude. Not a problem. Thank you for joining. If we've got another tank in the stream, by the way, whisper me on PCNA. We could use another tank.
Proceed with caution.
So there's another one in Halls of Fabrication, which is a big, big mechanical trial, big robots and stuff. And the last boss has a constant meteor firing mechanic, which will go on and on and on and on and on. It doesn't stop. But it does peak at a certain speed. Most people assume that you have to have high enough DPS to outplay that mechanic, otherwise you're dead. It's not true. Technically, you can have 1k DPS if you want, as long as your group is equipped enough to survive the peak escalated kind of rapid fire stage. If you can survive through that, you can stay there for ages. Doesn't matter. So mechanics do tend to get harsher over time, but most of them are based on your ability to perform in there, not necessarily your ability to do damage. Oh, yes, no, thank you very much. But again, there are some very
Drinks all
fair
around.
DPS checks, but not many. Most things can be outplayed. But if you want to go for speed runs and stuff, obviously, then of course if you kill stuff quicker, then your time is shaved off. But even then, the speed runs are quite fair. The dude that just left, he's got a Godslayer title, which is basically all the achievements in the hard mode of... Oh, sorry, not just the hard mode. The Veteran Sunspire trial. One of those achievements is part of the speed run, which was like 30 minutes. People are doing it now in half that. So they're not that bad. It's just practice. Yeah, of course, it's difficult content, but...
And there's a lot of things like that in ESO. There's like achievements-based stuff.
Oh, dude, there's loads. If you go to your journal and press on achievements, there, I mean, this particular server, I don't have a lot of the stuff on there, but there's
Drinks
tons,
all around.
absolutely tons. You could sit there all day just looking through them.
Veterans dungeons, so there's just a bunch of oh yeah, I see it's speed challenges and like Slayer challenges and survival, and those like just award unique titles.
Yep. So there's titles, there's skins. There's all sorts. You've got mementos as well, which is like little emote type things that do funny effects. There's all sorts. Personalities as well. So Fanglair, Fanglair, which we went on earlier. That one on hard mode has an achievement to it. On the speed run, it has an achievement to it. The no death has an achievement to it. But if you get all three separately, you will unlock a personality for like a worm cultist dude. Worm wizard or whatever. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but he's like a necromancer basically. Makes skeletons come out of the ground and stuff, just as emotes. Pretty cool.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
But that kind of
stuff
is really
like what would you say is the most prestigious title in the game right now?
It varies. Usually it's the most recent. So there are like 200 titles or so in the game, so it really doesn't matter. You wear whatever you're comfortable wearing, and people can hide the titles anyway, so it doesn't really, nobody really cares. But whatever trial usually is the current one. So at the moment, you've got Blackwood. Previous to that, we had the Greymore chapter. Any chapter, whatever, which is current, that one tends to be the favorite. So when the new trial comes out, the title that is for that, for getting all the hard modes, all the achievements, all the rest of it, that will obviously be sought after by most as well. Generally speaking, not everyone will get that, obviously. In fact, very few will. But that's how the trends tend to work. Most of the time, it's whatever is new. But if you play inside your own groups, it really doesn't matter. Nobody really cares. Just wear what you like. Some people do it just for fashion's sake. So it can go with their name. Some go before, some go after. So it's a bit roleplay-esque, if you like. Now we need to find out where we're going. The other way. In here. No, we killed that. This way. Battleground Butcher is Biss, obviously. Right there.
And fashion is big in the game also.
Watch out!
Hey, I did not want to fall in the hole, huh?
I should have let you do it, but no. So what were you saying again? Fashion in the game?
Is fashion in the game pretty big?
Yes, massive. So inside your inventory again, so if you go to journal, no, that's wrong. Where's it gone? Collections, and you can go to your appearance for all your skins and costumes and all that kind of stuff. But you've also got armor styles and weapon styles. So any motif pages that you pick up, you can consume them, and you can then craft that particular item and that particular style if you've got the materials. However, if it's not for crafting's sake, then it will just go into that section instead. And that means that when you go to an outfit station, you can change the appearance of anything you're wearing as long as anywhere on your account, no matter which character, you have consumed that style page. So motifs are per character for crafting only, but at the same time it activates the whole account for that style at the outfit station. Housing's a true endgame? Yeah, it is. Housing's insane. Fashion and housing are the two biggest things in the game, regardless of how many people like to say dungeons, trials, arenas, all that kind of stuff. Dungeons, trials, and arenas are a large part of the game, as is Quest and Overland and PvP, but the fashion stuff is what's always important for people, because at the end of the day, if they don't go for the achievements, they don't have the titles or the skins to show off. And that's what people want to do. They want to show off. There are some buttons around the edges of the room.
Okay, yeah, I ran into the next room, so we have to do something in here then.
Yeah.
Drinks all around.
So, yeah, where you are, there should be one over there, one on this side over here, and one at the front, and one on the left. There's only 3. And there'll be a big portal in the middle of the room. Where are you? You are... Have you found one? Ah,
oh, yeah, right over here, yeah.
Yep. So this secret, again, similar sort of thing, different type of boss, but another benefit at the end of it as well. So another stat boost and a new effect that you can take advantage of. All of these are combat based. So
I love winnings. Drinks
if you
all
heal
around.
people with the first secret, you get some damage orbs. If you block, you get a flamethrower, and the next one that we're going to get in just a moment, if you heavy attack a target, it has a 5-second timer on it. Every heavy attack after that will start the timer again, but add a stack. When you get up to 16, or if it runs out, however many stacks are there, it will go bang and explode. So heavy attacks are very, very, very important in the game anyway, especially for resource management. But in this particular dungeon, you are rewarded for the basics. Blocking, healing, and heavying. Yeah, the portal's in the middle of the room.
Yeah, I'm just over there just playing with my fire ability.
There you are. You should get a level out of this.
Getting closer to level 10.
Yep. As soon as you get to level 10, you can get your mount. Take you to Cyrodiil real quick and get your bits and pieces sorted out for that. And then you can do Dungeon Finder. But yeah, as far as achievements are concerned, I mean, the dungeons, both normal and vet, have a separate category for that in the achievement section. But then these dungeons, the DLC ones, all have their own DLC section. Because there are just so many things to unlock. It's ridiculous. Absolutely tons. I've got the machine gun on me. Why's my ulti not working? There we go. Okay, now you've got another secret. New buff.
I got a crystal too, I guess.
Crystal Animus buff is what you've got again, which is a weapon and spell damage increase. So you'll hit harder. And at the same time, if you heavy attack a target, it will put a bomb on it. Multiple heavy attacks will stack and stack and stack. And then if it runs out or you get to 16 stacks, it will just go bang and make a big explosion. So that adds to everything that your character's already got. Technically speaking, you can just heavy attack and block throughout the boss fight, and you'll still kill it. These are the eyeballs. Where'd you go? This way. Sorry, my bad. This way.
I was looking at my inventory again to put it on new loot.
You got some new stuff?
Yeah, I got like a 3-step bonus.
So these guys here, these are the ones that have to be interrupted. They're dead now, but they need to be interrupted. There you go. The one on the left there, priority target. Kill it as fast as you can, but at the same time, even if you have very, very low DPS, doesn't matter as long as you interrupt them. Because they'll pin one player into the air and just drain the hell out of them. Next room.
Let's say for you, because you're like pretty veteran player, there are benefits of running like older dungeons that you like you do earlier on in the game.
How do you mean exactly?
Like achievements or like they're.
You can get the achievements for being in the veteran content, but it doesn't necessarily give you an upper hand on other players. It's just something to have, to brag about, to complete, whatever. Although you can obviously have access to the actual loot itself, because the monster helmets, which are very, very cool, you don't have to use them, but there are lots of them. Those can only be acquired on vet anyway, so that's the only major difference. Obviously the difficulty is there, the achievements are there, but that's never going to give you anything extra for your character. It's just something cool to do. The one thing you can get, however, is the loot is higher quality on vet, but it is the same gear. So if you wanted to, say, fill up a 5-piece set from here, you don't have to go in on vet. You can just go in on normal. On normal, it's blue. On vet, it's purple. And that's the only difference. You could make your blue loot purple anyway, so you don't have to go in vet if you don't want to. But again, that's where the achievements are generally. That is where the higher quality is. It is where the monster sets are.
It seems the only path is down.
And the skill point from the dungeon, that also doesn't matter which difficulty you go on either.
Surge in the Daedric power. It's
Normal or
gathering.
vet, same reward.
It's coming from behind that door.
This boss, everything you've seen so far, is here. And some more. So he's basically the same as the last boss we fought. He's got the kick, he's got the swing and all that, but he's also got some teleport abilities. And we're going to get lots of ads that do need to be interrupted or killed. As long as he
Look out for
doesn't
that
spin the boss on us, we're all good. He's got a very big frontal AoE swing, so you got to watch out for that. Zai's voice is quiet compared to his running.
There's the first teleport.
Yep. So on hard mode, he'll have a bubble over him. So when he teleports, you have to interrupt him. You can have some long-range interrupts in the form of a skill rather than just a bash. But if he's got a bubble on him, it won't affect him. So you have to physically run inside of it. Oh, careful. Stay out of the circle of dead. Kill ads. I don't know where Richter's going. Okay, so they will knock you over, so you just got to watch your feet. Bash. And again, watch your feet.
Yeah, I just got ran over.
Yeah, they don't hurt too much, but they can end up staggering. When his sword is in the ground, keep moving in a little circle, because the AoEs will drop underneath your feet. That happens 4 times. That's pretty much it. There's no more mechanics ready for you to see apart from the last phase where he makes loads of spinning whirlwinds happen. Here we go. So that there, what he's doing, can get very, very dramatic. Because now you've got more spinners in the room. On vet and hard mode and stuff, there's a lot more of those. But they're quite simple, just avoid them. And again, this is not a DPS race either. Sure, it's fun to nuke him, but if you don't, it doesn't matter, you can still kill him. Silver Rose Battle Axe, that'll go in Sticker Book.
Notice this stuff is tradable, so can you funnel gear to like your friends that are just starting out?
Yes, you can. So if you were after a particular set from here now, anything that I traded with you would be 160 champion points. It would be level cap. But you could then use it later anyway.
My quest, I need to turn it.
Yes, don't forget that.
250 gold a lot?
Not really. It is for you at the moment.
It's doubled my net worth.
Drinks all around.
So, where are you? What level are you now? 8. We need to get you to 10, really. So, let's see. Dungeon with secret in. That was what I was going to show you. Unhallowed Grave. My brain has stopped on this one too. Where the hell is Unhallowed Grave? Or Black Drake? Should we flip a coin? Black Drake Villa or Unhallowed Grave? What do you fancy? I know you don't know the difference between the two, but pick one. 1 or 2?
2.
Okay, we're going Black Drake. You're gonna like this one. This has got secrets too.
The whole concept of secrets in games, like to encourage exploration, whatever.
Yeah. It's something that people didn't really tend to do too much in the original dungeons. And then since they've added them, every single stone is getting overturned by players now. Everyone's looking for all the different things, which is really cool because you get to see the full extent of the overall design of it. You can travel to me.
Constantly people are finding new secrets then?
So once they're all found, I mean, they're all found. You normally get 3. But there's a very, very large amount of people that have not been into certain areas and never seen them anyway. So there's always people discovering them. It's not like the whole community knows, because not everybody watches YouTube. So it is still a new experience for people. It is still the discovery side of things. It does still constantly happen every day. Even the last dude, the tank we had, here's Godslayer. So one of the more favorable titles, because it's a really difficult trial title to acquire. But himself had never been in that dungeon before. So you never know what players' experiences cover. Some people always do quests and never do dungeons. Some people always do trials and you'd assume they do dungeons, but they don't. Some people do PvP, so you never see them in Overland anyway. It varies. There's so many different things to do. Some people just run the market all day. I know one guy on PlayStation in particular that has multiple trial guilds on different characters and different friends and all the rest of it that work together as kind of a network for the market. And all he ever does is buys and sells stuff all day. 400 champion points for the last 5 years. Never changes. It doesn't kill anything. So it's all about what you want to do, really.
Hey, this is market stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be... This won't be tricky. This will be cool. Where's the other dude? So
Yeah,
this
we're missing
dungeon...
some.
Go on.
Are there loading?
I lost you.
What are you saying about the dungeon? Sorry.
There's this is the first one where the buttons that you press in the last dungeon.
Drinks all
This is the
around.
first one where they were introduced.
It's the first ever secret dungeon. We're going back to the origin point.
No, it wasn't the first one with secrets. It was the first one with a secret button, so it so people could recognize it.
Like before this, the secrets were buttons. What were they?
I'll show you after this dungeon. They were, you had to find it. Literally just explore or don't find it. It was crazy.
They're just like levers and stuff.
Not even that. So March of Sacrifices officially had the first secrets in there, but that was really tricky. You had to walk around in loads of bushes, which was a random location, and you would end up having your cursor highlight. And if you pressed it, you would uncover a wisp that you then had to follow to find the secret, find the secret door. But if you didn't run around highlighting bushes, you'd never find it. It was crazy.
I'm trying to run around looking for the secrets right now, but I don't think we're up to them yet. I'm just looking for buttons.
We are. So Richter's got one. Where are you at the moment? Come down the stairs.
There was secrets at this part then.
Yeah, come down. So there's 4 buttons in here. This one you need 4 people for. So the last one, if you took 3 people in there with you, you can still do the secrets. This one you can't.
Drinks all around.
So if you don't activate these, stand on there. I'll go and press on another one. If you don't activate these, you'll never get the rest of the secrets in the dungeon.
So each secret is dependent on you finding the previous secret.
Technically, I misexplained that. You can, but you won't be able to use the synergy effect. I don't want to spoil that just yet. You'll see.
Okay, it just turned into smoke, so I'm guessing it's gonna leave.
On Unhallowed Grave, that one you have to have secret 1, secret 2, secret 3, and so on.
So it just depends on the dungeon that you do that.
Yeah, yeah. Down we go. So once you've completed this secret, you're given a bonus, just like the other one, but it's not an active bonus. It's one that sticks to your character. However, there is a side effect to that, where the pads in the boss rooms, which would normally be inactive, are now usable, and they do something rather special to you. Without this secret, though, you won't be able to activate it. So you can still do the dungeon without them, but I would not recommend it because the bonus is too good. like a Bambi. Quite straightforward. This one, stay out of its face.
Got like antlers.
Yeah. They'll just do a mind blast at the group. It's okay if it's on the tank, it's not if it's on everybody else. Okay, good. So, now, we've got wisps to pick up. See these? You pick them up with a synergy effect. There's 2 down here. Or should be. Where's the other one? You might not be able to see the same ones
right
as
there.
me. Yep, run up to it, hit the synergy button, you'll pick it up. Going
I
crazy.
use Avatar. Need both of them.
You need both. Pick them up.
I love winnings. Drinks
I
all
got them.
around.
Okay, now we're going to the portal. In your buff timers at the bottom there, you should have a little tab with a blue swirly thing in it with a number 2 in it. We need 25 each, but you can go without. You can have 25 or 30, but
Winning. I love winnings.
that's for a
Drinks
secret
all
at the
around.
end. If you're on hard mode, you need all of them. If you're on regular vet, you just need 25 each or 100 between you. So you have to now start looking around to find the wisps, because otherwise you're going to miss out on something else. Okay, I think
See a wisp running around. I just want.
Drinks all around.
Yeah, if you see one, run over and pick it up. Oh, we missed a basilisk thingy.
I started attacking this thing, and
Shitmods dies. He did. He jumped off a cliff.
I was testing to see if gravity worked.
It does. Sometimes. You can get stuck in the air. Okay, I'm not going to pull these. I'll wait for the tank. So if you look to the right-hand side as you go up here, there's a big pad with loads of icy stuff coming out of it.
I see that.
Run over and pick that up. And then run into that group and smash the synergy button when you get there.
Yeah,
You gotta
use
no,
Ice Avatar.
back. You didn't pick it up.
Oh, I have to like actually activate it.
Yeah. Someone else took it. Actually, it should be on a different cooldown. Yeah, you can do it. Did you activate it? There you go. So run into the group and then just smash that synergy button.
Called whiteout. Freeze everything.
Yep, and now nuke it all. So while you are in that form, heavy attack the salamanders and they will turn from on fire to icy. You see they're blue now?
Oh yeah, yeah, I see that.
Well, if you do that, you make their buff do the opposite of what it was already doing. So those salamanders will increase the damage of anyone that they are touching, if they're enemies, obviously. If you turn them into ice, they reduce their resistances and reduce their damage output so you can kill them quicker.
Do people basically trigger them to ice form and kite them into enemies throughout the dungeon, or not really?
You can, but most people don't know that. Most people know you can pick up the synergy and then freeze everything. Most people don't know about the heavy attack trick for the salamanders. So that is because they tend to press the synergy button because it tells you on the screen, but they don't actually highlight what the buff does when they've got it. So anything like that you pick up, any buff, look in your character sheet and highlight it, and it will tell you exactly what it does.
Look at that big boy.
Then new things, very cool secrets. Oh yeah. Lots of different enemies in here will be affected differently if you heavy attack them in that form. This dude is quite simple, just stay behind him. But when totems appear in the room, you've got to kill them. When the salamanders appear in the room, you want to kill them as well. But if you can bring them to the boss, anyone that is in ice form can then utilize what I just showed you a moment ago. But we are on cooldown for that effect. You can see in the corner over there, the ice synergy is on the ground, but we can't activate it yet. Also, there's wisps in the room. You pick them up, you'll heal and get a damage shield. It will contribute towards your stacks, but if you are in ice form, it will also spawn a tiny little Banekin to help you as a pet. There's so much going on just from one secret bonus being activated.
Yeah.
I think it's like a minute or so, maybe a bit longer for the cooldown on the synergy bonus. We used it outside, so obviously we haven't got it in this fight. But once the cooldown's gone off, that thing will light up and you can just use it.
So many wisps that you're gathering.
Oh yeah, you should have 10 before you go into the next section.
Yeah, I got 8 right now.
Yeah, we'll have got another one over here. So we've got 9. So I'm not going to pick it up this time. I'm going to save it. Matey boys picked it up anyway.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Okay, so if you've got all the ones that are in this room, you should be up to about 9, I think.
Yeah, I have 9 wisp currently.
Okay, that means there's one more outside this room. Unless you missed some in the previous one, which I don't think you did. So there's 2 ways to go here, left and right. They go upstairs. There should be a wisp around here. Oh, there's one. Okay, let's see. I've got 10 now. As soon as you've got 10, let me know.
I got 10 too. Good to go.
Yep. That means we can go down into the trapdoor, which is over here near Everly's sharp arrow.
It's marked now.
Second. You lot are mad. I am not ignoring the chat. Oh, man. First of all, thank you very much for the sub so far, people. I am not ignoring the chat intentionally. I'm just on comm, so I don't want to drown him out. But you're nuts. Thank you very, very much. Okay, run. There is also a secret in here, which is a memento, if you're lucky enough to get it, after the last boss. And what that does is next time you come in here, you can activate it, and it will make special secret hidden chests. Which don't need to be unlocked. Also check bookshelves. Always open bookshelves. Open the book, close it again. If you want to read it, but if you don't, just open it and shut it. Sometimes you get skill points out of them. Or skill upgrades from them, even.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Let me move this window out of the way. So there's another secret in here. 2 people either side. If you have... I'll kill all the ads first, actually. Yeah, you got it. So up here with me. There's 2 levers, one either side. If you press them both at the same time, it will open up a gate.
Over there. The coordinate pressing them then.
Yep, 3, 2, 1, do it. And then this opens over here. In this gate. Where have you gone?
Well, I'll just grabbing the buff.
Over here, behind you. The other 2 guys have got those levers.
Winning. I love winning.
So this is mirrored
Drinks
on both
all
sides.
around.
Got up to here. 2 buttons on this side. 1 person just stands there. So there's a button there to stand on. Oh, I fell off the thing. Just stand on that button near the fire. So I get a look at that. And now, I'm going to stand on this one. As you can see, that will light up. This is, again, a breadcrumb mechanic for the next secret. Because if I pick this up and deposit it in the middle, it will open up. Part of the secret. The other group does one as well for the other side, and then the floor opens up. Now the next secret technically has the same idea where you have to pick up one of those wisps, but that's the first time you see it, so you know what to expect. Again, people, I am not ignoring the chat to be a dick. I'm just obviously focus facing a little bit because I don't
It
want
says unlock simple. I guess I can't unlock it yet.
You can if you've got a lockpick.
I don't have a lockpick yet.
I got it. Now, you can force the lock if you've got a lockpick and you just kind of jam it in there and break it. But that will obviously consume the lockpick itself. But if you do it manually, you'll get XP, first of all. But you'll also contribute towards your kind of lockpicking skill line. Or your thievery skill line, whatever you want to call it. And the more of them you do, the more XP you'll get. Eventually, you'll be able to add skill points into making it more successful when you break, rather than just smashing it all the time and not doing it. Because at the moment, you'll probably fail most of the time.
Is this a boss?
Yep. Secret boss. Stay out of the big stupids and don't stand in front of her. You should be fine.
What's this flag over here? The dragon
That's
flag?
my banner. Yep. That's my ultimate. So I drop that down. Everything inside of it takes damage over time, and at the same time I also do 15% more damage and take 15% less damage.
That's a pretty big buff.
Yeah, it's huge. Thank you for the bits. The hype train, by the way, is level 2, people. I had to mute myself for a minute. Again, just to recap over that, I'm not ignoring the chat to be a dick. I'm just on comms at the same time. I don't want to drown the dude out because it gets a bit tricky. So multitasking a little bit, but thank you very, very much. Hype train level 2, 2 minutes 38 remaining. Get in. Okay, in the portal. Okay, straight through. So we've got some more wisps to pick up. Did you pick up the 2 from downstairs?
I did not pick them up over there.
So from inside the boss fight, if you missed them, definitely go and pick those up. I think I got 1. No, I got 2. I did get both of them.
So we just jump back in the middle section.
Just jump straight back in and use the portal on the way out again. Okay, so I didn't miss any up here. That's a good thing. Again, we've got to have 25 each or 100 between us by the time we get to the end.
It's a lot of them.
Yes, it is.
I got 12 of them now. I'm good to go.
Okay. Straight through the portal, straight up the stairs, and we get to the next actual. So that's 2 secret bosses out of the way. They're not too stressful. They've got basic mechanics. Most people shouldn't have too much of an issue with them. But the new dungeons that came out recently, those secrets will kill you quite easily. They're a bit heavier mechanics-wise. This is one of the favorites for a lot of people, this particular dungeon. It's got a good balance of secrets, buffs, bonuses, rewards for getting the secrets, and then also a mixture of good mechanics and not too difficult. Richter's going to pick up his buff, and he's going to smash all these.
The freeze.
Yeah, it's mental.
Break them, it's pretty good.
So the ghosts that come in, the ones that are on fire, you can't taunt those. So they'll hit whoever they like. But if you freeze them, they'll explode. Or if you heavy attack them with the freeze mechanic, you'll just put them into an ice pillar. This phase isn't too long. There's a few waves. Again, these cannot be taunted, so if people run away from them, they're just going to get chased. You can't defeat aggro by running away.
Winning. I love winning. Drinks all around.
I'm going to see if I missed a wisp in this room, but I don't think I did. Oh, yeah, I did miss one.
I got 2, I think. You can't always see the same ones as other people. They have lots of random spawns, but sometimes you can see the same one, sometimes you can't. Okay, next room. I think I got them all.
How many do you... I got 14 wisps right now.
Yep. So we should have roughly 17 by the time we get to the boss. Should have 22 by the time we've killed her. Nothing in here. I don't know what Richter's waiting for. You're the tank, dude. Go for it. One in here. They're quick. They run away.
Yeah, they're just zooming around all the time.
Yep. The good thing about that ice form is every player can use it. So we could all be the same thing at the same time, or you can stagger them and take turns and utilize that in the boss fight. Because you can't normally stun or immobilize bosses. But this one secret mechanic does allow you to actually stop the boss from doing anything.
Yeah, so I just use my freeze there.
Yep. Okay, this is pretty cool actually. So 2 levers again. Then 2 people either
I
side.
love winnings. Drinks all around.
I'm gonna go to the left. Again, bookshelves can sometimes have secrets in them, although those ones aren't active. You can't use those. You're on the other side. That's fine. So one person steps on a pad and just stands there waiting for the gate to be open, while the other person has to use a control pad. So if you look over there where Richter's now running to, there's like a control pad on the wall, and you use that to move the statues to put them into place.
That seems like the fun job.
It does. Although Richter's not doing it. Oh, there he goes. But once the gate is open, you pick up the orb, just like you did on the last secret boss. And we put it downstairs. That's 1. And 2. Done. Come on. And over here, you got it.
And this is the next secret.
Yep. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But
this is
boss
pretty.
Again,
This is in like every dungeon, something like this, or not every dungeon.
No, not every single dungeon. The basic base game dungeons, the version 1, the version 2, the other overland ones that don't have version 1 and 2, they don't have all this stuff. Most DLCs didn't have this to start with, but ever since this became kind of popular, they have started to introduce this in every DLC dungeon. So I think there's about 12 maybe that have secrets. So quite a lot, but anything recent, anything in the last 2 or 3 years have all got secrets in them. They were trying to decide whether they wanted one hard mode, last boss, and secrets, or all hard modes and no secrets, or all hard modes and a secret. And they ended up just mixing it all together, and they had it all now. So all the bosses have got individual hard modes, including the last one, and there are 3 secrets in each one too. So we got the best of everything.
Yeah, more variety is always better.
Yep. It turns out that people wanted the extra difficulty for challenges, and also people wanted the secrets. So we got it all. Okay, final buff. Increase max health. Pick up your wisps. We should have 17 by the time you've got these. And then go straight through the portal. We've got the second boss now coming up. Technically, we've killed 3 secret bosses, but the dungeon bosses, the ones that your main ones, we've only got 3 in total, and the second one's now coming up. I want to pick up this gold up. Nice. For anyone in the chat that wants the guide for this, by the way, put God, what is it called? VBDV? Or maybe it's Black Drake Villa. BVD. Put that in there. Mike's going to do it. He knows it. There you go. There's a whole series with mechanical guides. Okay, this boss, stay out of the front of her face. Make sure you watch out for interrupts, for the blue arches that appear, and basically just watch your feet. If you are glowing like a grayish color on your screen, say glowing, maybe it's gone dull, that means that you're going to take more damage, and just be careful. If there's any traps on the ground, don't stand in them. That freeze mechanic basically deletes mechanics, because there's nothing she can do.
You can use it just interrupts.
Yep. So this guy needs to die, but I'm going to freeze him. And if you are aware of your surroundings, you will see lightning archers appear around the room. Those need to be interrupted while they are being killed, because otherwise they'll shoot people.
Oh, I'm kind of like glowing right now.
Yeah, that's when you've got a debuff on you. Try not to take any damage or anything, because you'll get hit harder. Watch that. Again, if you pick up the wisps while you are icy, you will get a Banekin pet to help you, like this little dude here. And as many wisps are in the room, as many pets as you can have. But if you're not in that form, you pick them up, you just get a heal and a shield.
I got this circle on me. Oh, it disappeared pretty quick.
Yep, it'll go. She's now coming out of immunity after the second ad. Just mind the fire. There is a safe spot between every single burst, but obviously the further away you are, the easier it is to spot that. Watch him. So the easiest way to learn doing stuff like this is to go through the motions, do all the mechanics individually. Yeah, sure, we could just nuke the boss. But if you go through all the mechanics, you're then aware of them. So when it comes to the hard mode, you can then kind of nail down priority targets. Do you go for that or not? Because you already know how to deal with it. The trouble is when you don't know any mechanics, if you just get through everything by nuking it, there's going to be a situation where someone dies and you're not sure how to recover, and
I
it'll
love
inevitably
winning.
be a wipe.
Drinks all around.
So the more you know, the better. If you can do the mechanics and slap stuff at the same time, great. But mechanics are always first. This way.
And then hard mode, they're just level 50. You can't do them while you're leveling up.
Drinks all
Correct.
around.
Now, there are two exceptions to that, and that's the Cloud Rest trial and the Asylum Sanctorum trial. While
I love winnings.
they
Drinks
don't
all
have
around.
a button to activate hard mode, which is normally only available in Vet, they have a condition. So if you... there's 3 bosses in Asylum Sanctorum, for example. If you kill one boss, then the other boss, and then the last one, that's you doing it on the regular version. If you don't kill one of them, then kill the other, and then go on to the last boss, that one you didn't kill will come in the room with it. If you don't kill any of them and go straight for the last boss, you'll have all of them in there. That isn't locked out of normal content. You can do that on normal and Vet. So that's considered variations of hard modes for that. But everything else in the game, yeah, there's a button usually, and you can't do it unless it's on Vet. They're mini.
Should have, what, 22 wisps right now?
You should have 22, yeah. What level are you still? 9. Nearly 10. Come on.
I'm almost level 10.
Yep.
Soon TM.
That's when it escalates. Because that's when you get your extra XP from your Dungeon Finder. So these are sneaky. There could be one over here. There could be one up the hill over there on the other side. Or they just could be roaming around where all the ads are. It varies. They are a bit random. Some people can see stuff that you can't, and vice versa. But here is a new mechanic. Remember what I said about breadcrumbs? None of this is ever here just for fun. Although it is fun. So go and stand on this this water geyser thingy. So that is teaching you something that you will have to understand soon. And a wisp. Another one. 23. The rest are going to be further up. Where's Richter? Kill stuff. Find the troll. Never want to stand in front of their faces. They usually have a very small frontal clonal AoE, and it really hurts. You can see a wisp in the corner there as well. Let me go get that in a minute. How many you got? 24?
At 22, 23 now.
Maybe you got... Did you go up to the top of the hill to get the wisp up here?
Oh, I did not go up to the top of that hill yet.
I saw one up there. You may not, but I mean, if you didn't go up here, it could be.
Oh yeah, there is one over here. Now I got 24.
There you go. So technically speaking, we only need one more each to max out to 100. But on hard mode, then you need 5 more each. Basically, just collect them all.
Then if you just miss one, then you have to just run through the entire dungeon and find out where you missed
have
it.
to run back. Exactly. Yep, you have to go and find out where you left it. Where's the tank? Heavy sack over here. Pick this up. Now these in the overland, obviously you can only pick it up once. So one person can get it, nobody else can. So people run to them really, really quickly. But in a dungeon, you can all loot it. Same goes for chests as well. Overland, if you pick up a chest, everything you loot out there is yours. Then it'll disappear. In a dungeon, everyone can loot the same one. Same for trials too. Everyone can loot the same one. Oops. Did not know we were in combat.
Someone aggroed that. Oh,
Yeah.
from downstairs, it looks.
I don't know what they're doing from down there. Where the hell did they come from? Oh, in the corner.
Maybe they just want some extra experience.
I think they do, but they're dead. Okay, next.
Winning. I love winnings. Drinks all around.
Same again with these fire dudes. They can't be taunted, so they'll always chase you anyway. Run, run, run.
Get back by dinner.
This is where you decide whether you want to use this buff now or save it for the boss. Because obviously it'll be on cooldown. I'm going to use it anyway. Because you want to see the boss mechanics. They're really cool.
I need healing.
Run, run, run. Love that. I don't think there's any more wisps down there. Not for me anyway. One up to the top left. I don't know if you can see that one. See, they go out. They were on fire, but now they're not. If you heavy attack them while they're on fire, that will also put them out. So one more over here. I'm up to 25. So that's technically all we need, but there will be 5 on the last boss as well. 3 in the first room, 2 in the back, or the other way around. Where's he gone? Ah, there you are. So this guy looks like he belongs in Mortal Kombat.
Small creatures. The book belongs to the
Looking like Sub-Zero.
More like Kung Lao. Well, Kung Lao and Raiden had a baby.
Raiden a little bit.
Yep.
So the final boss.
Yes, it is. Now you can see around the room there's those dragon heads. On hard mode, they spit fire. On regular, they don't. If you get a circle underneath your feet, like I've got, you have to put it in the donut and stand in it. And then get out there. And it pops. Big circle of death, don't stand in it. Ghosts will come out. They have to die. You gotta be really careful. If you step in that, you will die. And now we get the reverse mechanic. Instead of a big circle of fire in the middle of the room, we have to basically stay in the middle, which will be quite soon. Whenever that wants to pop up. There, that one there.
The safe spot.
Yep. They see the
this
fire
is the
breath?
same fire behemoth from earlier?
Yep. So that's why you get taught that halfway through. And you see all the fire breath around the room?
Yep.
Those are in the main room on hard mode. They will set fire. Here, it's only outside, but in there, you will just see them for decoration. On hard mode, they are a pain. Again, that's teaching you stuff that you'll see later on. It's not a problem in this room because obviously that's when we're in the safe spot anyway. Okay, we're chasing him down. Go around the edges. He will still have the same mechanics as we just saw, but there's going to be a couple more. So don't worry about the flame dragon heads. They won't do anything unless it's the safe spot mechanic. Again, during hard mode, they will turn on and off all the time. Okay, I'm going to slow down on these little bits so you can see the mechanic. There he goes. Okay, see if we can figure this out.
We have to jump down.
I'm leaving it with you. What did you learn? There you go.
Nothing yet.
You got it.
That's all it is? You just have to jump back up?
Yep.
Water spouts out there jumping down. Then you just go to
Yep.
Then you just go to the safe spot.
That's exactly right. You have to line it up with a safe spot. But also on this boss, don't forget, you can obviously take advantage of the synergy effect.
Winning. I love winning.
So you can pick up your buff and stun the boss so he can't jump across the room. And if you stagger this with your group and time it just right, you can make it so he never does any mechanics ever. But that takes a little bit of coordination. Spoilers, we are not done. Pick up your,
I love
your
winning.
wisps. We're
Drinks
gonna
all
deliver them.
around.
Because there was a reason for this. Now, technically speaking, again, you only need 25 each or 100 between you. But if you want to go for the hard mode, there is a requirement to have them all. Now, the first secret opened up the ability to have that freeze mechanic and made the wisps appear. Picking up the wisps,
I love winning.
including
Drinks
killing the
all
other
around.
secret bosses, because they have them down there too, gives us this bonus where we can go over here and activate this. This is the only way to do it. If you don't do any of that, you've just killed the last boss. Congratulations, hand in your quest. If you do that, however, There is a secret boss after the last one is dead. And you can only do that if you've already done the other ones first. The trick is, though, if you do the hard mode for the first boss, the second boss, and the last boss, and you did all the secrets, and you picked up all the wisps, this boss becomes hard mode. And he hits like a feckin' truck. It's really hard. So if you didn't do any of the secrets, you don't know about the wisps, you'll never see this boss. And there's no negative to that. It doesn't penalize you for achievements or anything like that. It's just extra stuff to do. There is a special loot item at the end as well, if you're lucky. Uh-oh, pulled him. So when I said about the breadcrumb stuff, every secret boss you've encountered so far is one of those breadcrumbs. Because there he is.
I kill his goat now.
Oh yeah, you gotta kill Crazy Bambi. Or Psycho Bambi. Whoa, watch out.
They kill imps too.
Yep, kill the imps. On Vet, that's it. Okay, go around the edges of the room. Edge of the room, don't touch the winds.
Have the sprint.
Yep, come back in. You don't have to sprint now, you just have to touch the edges. So everything you've learned throughout the entire dungeon is basically being given to you now. And we're going to get another one in a moment. There she is. Mind the winds. Get around the edges. Whereas you'll get stunned and it will hurt muchly.
It kind of like cascades outward pretty slow. Dude, is the timing getting a lot? Does it get tighter in hard mode?
No, no. The difficulty in the hard mode is mostly how hard the boss hits. And the staggering mechanics. So the meteors and stuff that will kick your ass usually end up not being on one person, they're on all people. Also, the amount of damage that this dude does is ridiculous. The big ice guy, he's got to be focused. So the trick is kill the ad, hit the boss, kill the ad, hit the boss, kill the ad, hit the boss. But if you get a little bit too YOLO-y, get into the safe spots, and you do too much damage, you'll stagger the mechanics. You'll end up with more than one boss in the room, and that's usually death for the tank. There is a meteor mechanic that you'll see that you have to block, but I mean, we didn't see that. That's not there on normal. So these are your secret chests. They don't have any locks or anything, and if you're lucky, you can get memento from this, which you can then use to make those chests appear throughout the dungeon when the next time you come in here. All of that is only accessible if you did the secrets in the first place.
I think I got the memento. I did get a ring.
It's a gold item. I don't even think I've got it on this server. I have it on my main server. Nope. Ninja cake. Right, I'm going to fill my glass up real quick, and then I'm going to show you the secret that doesn't have obvious secrets. 1 second.
Okay, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. What's this cake for?
Okay, dude, I'm back. I heard you, but I was in a different room. The cake is from the Jubilee event, so anniversary of the game, basically. And when you activate it, it gives you double XP for a couple of hours. And you are level 10. Before we do the dungeon... Ooh, we've got 2 things to do. So, before we do the dungeon, I need you to go to... should we do it now or after? Sod it, we'll do it after. Did you get your skill point? Right, let's mute that real quick. Thank you very much for the sub. I'm not ignoring the chat to be a dick. Again, I've already explained this earlier. I'm on comms, obviously, with another streamer, and it's really difficult to talk to the chat at the same time unless I constantly keep muting my microphone, so I don't want to drown him out. Maybe we'll do more stuff like this in the future, and I'll end up using press to talk for the mic. But for the time being, that is all going through his end, and I don't want to keep shouting over top of him. He's in the bathroom. Yeah, I heard him go, and then I heard him talk about a cape. I think he's like ninjas. I'm going to press the ninja button for all the people that are still watching. There you go. So I've just muted myself his end for a minute. Logistically, that's tricky with my setup at the moment. So maybe another time we'll have that properly set up. But again, I'm trying to not shout over top of him. But thank you very much for all the follows, subs, and bits. I'm glad the chat is still active. Sorry, it's focus facing. There you go. See, I am focus faced. I'm normally really interactive with the audience, but it's difficult when I've got someone in my ear enjoying the stream, mate. Good. Thank you very much. This dude's literally just started ESO. Very high up there as far as Twitch is concerned in general anyway, but never played ESO. And he's just got level 10 already on the stream.
I love winnings.
Which
Drinks
now opens
all
up
around.
a whole fucking world of things. Dungeon Finder all day. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You hit Hype Train level 1 as well. Nice. Well, technically 2, but you didn't finish it. So we've got another one of these soon, but I won't give you spoilers on the date.
Winning. I love winnings. Drinks all around.
But today is about dungeons, specifically DLC ones. And I know a lot of people are scared of them, but you don't have to be. We'll literally get a new player into dungeons. Just done 2 or 3 difficult DLC dungeons. Do them on normal, you get all the stuff you need. You don't have to go on vet if you don't want to. That's just a challenge if you like it. Unless, of course, you want the monster helmet, which is a different story. All about mechanics. Exclamation point, all about mechanics in the chat. There's a whole series on dungeons, guides, and arenas. So while I'm explaining the mechanics on stream, those videos are designed to literally tell you all the mechanics in them, so you can do them yourself. Some of them had to be slowed down a little bit. We did slow down on the deeps. We took some of our gear off, and sometimes I have to slow down the video because so much happens at once, especially Fang fucking Lair. But it's all there. There's only one dungeon trial guide currently missing from that entire series, but don't worry, they're coming. It's an ongoing thing, so it will always have new stuff. I think there's like 50 fucking dungeons now. Something stupid. Can't remember the exact number. A lot. A hell of a lot. But the next video, the next 2 videos are actually Rockgrove and Coral Ari? I can never pronounce it properly. I don't know if he's back yet. Probably. Anyway. Back to business. OnlyFans. Patreon. Put I forgot to tell you. Guess what's going live after the stream? Guess. Maybe after the stream. If not, maybe first thing in the morning. Keep your eyes fucking peeled anyway. Sting. Correct. I've got to update the written guide because maybe there's some changes. But once that's done, that'll be live. So I'll put that on YouTube. It's already on YouTube. It's already there for Patreon supporters to see it. If you are on Patreon, you haven't seen it already, go watch it. But Sting is being released. Yes. It's going to be mega. Right. Let me get back on the mic. Is he back yet?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out my abilities right now. Because I have like, I don't know if you ever played this class.
Yeah.
You have like your assassin shadow siphoning, but then you have your weapon ability that costs stamina. But since I'm investing in stamina, do I want to have more weapon abilities on my bar?
That is entirely up to you. So what abilities are you looking at right now?
Like flurry and twin slashes. But I kind of have like teleporting strike and assassin blade and veiled strike and strife right now.
One of those is a damage over time, which is the rendered slashes one or twin slashes. The flurry is kind of your spammable, so you just light attack, stab, light attack, stab, light attack, stab. Bear in mind, by the way, you've got to keep those up. Light attacks. I'll explain that in a minute.
It's like weaving, right?
Yeah, correct. So there's 2 global cooldowns. There's one for your skills and one for your light attacks and heavy attacks. But they're on separate global cooldowns. So you can use one while the other one's waiting. So that's why you go skill, light, skill, light, skill, light. Learn that nice and early. You'll do really well with DPS. Also, you keep up glyphs and stuff. But generally speaking, Flurry is a spammable for your dual wield abilities, but you do have a spammable for your Nightblade abilities as well. So it's a choice of which one you want to use. So you should have in, I think it's in Shadow, second ability actually you unlock, because the first one's Strife. No, that's Siphoning. Ignore me. It won't be the first one. But I see the Nightblade skills in my head now. You've got basically a single hit, which will be Veiled Strike, which you can change to Surprise Attack. I think it's that one. That's your main spammable, so that's just a single hit. But Flurry is a jab, 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 jab. The difference is not that much between the two, but they do have their own, obviously, unique benefits. So the Nightblade stuff, you've got your class passives that come with it. The dual wield stuff, you've obviously got the dual wield passive that come with it. But Flurry can be morphed into a stronger version, or one that actually heals you per stab. So that's also quite nice. So it's about choice and taste, really. It just depends on which one you preference. Surprise Attack, most of the time, generally speaking, most stam Nightblades go for, but you don't have to.
So I'm going to use Surprise Attack then.
That one also offers a debuff as well. So if you hit things from behind, you can stun them and or knock them off balance. And also you apply Minor Breach. So Breach is a debuff. There is Minor and Major. They do stack. Major and Major doesn't. Minor and Minor doesn't. Major and Minor does. And what they do is they remove resistances from the target during that time so people can hit it harder.
So since I'm stacking stamina, I kind of want to just have more stamina abilities than magic abilities?
If you want to. But what you have to bear in mind then is you're probably not really using your mag bar, which is fine. But you could utilize some of the mag bar with magical abilities that still scale well with your combat setup, which means you don't have to burn through your stamina bar quite so much. So what I'd recommend for that kind of stuff is when you first open up the game, you would have opened up a skill line called Soul Magic, and you've got an ability there called Soul Trap. That is going to cost magic, which saves on your stam bar, but it will still scale off of your highest stats. So the strength of it will be whichever's higher, regardless of what it costs.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So yes, you can go full stam. You can make sure every ability costs stam if you want, but you will run out eventually. So if you've got a couple of magic abilities in there, that lessens the stress on your stam bar, and then you don't fall into the trouble areas that most stamina heavy builds do run into. That being your CC stuff. So you could assume that with a big stamina bar, you can block and dodge and break free and that more often, which is technically true. However, since you are burning through that bar with your skills, that's going to get really, really risky if you go too low too often. So you have to balance it. Any advice on alternate sets of Reliquin? Sorry, I'm reading the chat out loud then. Actually, don't worry, Sting's coming out after the stream. Mods, if you like Nightblades already, there is a build coming. Just saying.
One with the update, there's going to be a new build for High Isle.
I've got one being released later today.
A build guide. I have to check it out on
YouTube. It is for
YouTube.
High Isle. Yep. That'll be after stream though. It's already a build that has been on the channel for a long time, but it's an update for it. So High Isle ready. So now you're level 10. I do want to show you the dungeon where the secrets are. The first major secrets dungeon, where it's not obvious at all where everything is. Then I'll show you the dungeon finder. So, Unhallowed Grave. I never remember where the hell this is. I always think Bankerai. I was right. Ha! Good stuff. Okay, when I'm in there, travel to me. This is very different to those button-pressing secrets that you are already somewhat familiar with.
Now we're going to do a new take on it.
Yes. So, when they introduced these secrets, they were testing the water, so to speak, to see how the community felt about it, see how they took them on board, and decided what to do about it. Do they continue? Do they put them in all the dungeons? Are they too easy? Are they too difficult? This is a tricky one. So travel to me, and this was in the Harrowstorm DLC. This is a very, very cool one. A big favourite for a lot of people, actually. Black Drake Villa that we just did, and this one are way up there as people's most favourite dungeons because of all the treasure hunting and secrets and stuff.
We've already done, I feel like we've done quite a bit of dungeons. How many dungeons are in Elder Scrolls.
Now, I should know this because I have a whole series about it, but they keep adding more, so I forget. It's around 50 or so. It's not far off. We're just waiting for the other dude. Where's the healer? Travel in.
I think he was chilling in Ordon.
Yeah, I think so. There's a dungeon for everyone. Yeah, there is. So there are several types of dungeons. There's version 1, which is like base game version dungeons, which used to only have a normal difficulty a very long time ago. They didn't have a vet. The veteran version was the version 2. It was like a continuation of the story in the same dungeon with different bosses and different stuff to do. Then in One Tamriel, which happened many years ago, they altered that. And they made it so that every single dungeon in the game can have a normal and a vet for those people that wanted to. So now you've got version 1, version 2, some of the base game dungeons that don't have 1 or 2, because they used to be normal only, and then you've got your DLC stuff. They're all there to see on the list for the Dungeon Finder anyway, but that's how they kind of laid them out over time. So this is cool as hell. This is your Batman grapple. So pick it up from here. This little chest.
Oh yeah, see it.
There you go.
Drinks
You got
all
it.
around.
Ping.
Oh, do you have a merchant by chance?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
might have too much loot. Just need a quick sell.
So do you remember what I said about breadcrumbs?
Yeah.
Okay, every dungeon has them. It's not just there for fun, although it is fun. It's not just there because, ooh, it's new. It's there because it has a use. Everything new that you see, you have to remember it. And that's for all players, that is. Anyone that sees anything new in a dungeon or a trial that they've never seen before, take it in, basically, because you're going to see it again. This merchant is the best thing you'll ever buy off the Crown store, by the way. You will never leave loot on the ground again.
Just like an additional purchase, the crowns.
Yeah, 5,000.
How much is that in real life money?
Like 20 quid maybe, 25, something like that. I don't know what it works out in dollars, because the stores are slightly different for that. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 48 dungeons. There you go. See, I said around 50. It'll be 50 by the time we get the next ones. All good?
Oh wait, I got a trade offer.
Oh, okay. It might be from somebody else. It is.
Winning. I love winnings. Drinks all around.
I just got a bunch of epic gear.
Nice. That's what they were doing. They're making you gear.
Drinks all around.
There's more.
No,
okay.
I found this gear. Yeah, I found it. Yeah.
We'll splat the stuff and then you can put your gear on. Did they just make you some gear? I think they did.
Yeah, I made some gear, yeah. More gear.
Make sure you put it on. There's probably training stuff as well.
Yeah,
So-
it's quite a bit better than my current stuff.
So what that does is, if they have done that, I'm assuming they have. If you have a training trait on it, it will increase your XP gain, no matter what you get it from. So if that's purpled out crafted stuff, which I think it is, don't upgrade your gear. So all the way through your levels now, you will find stuff that technically on paper will be stronger than what you've got. But you can ride that set for the next 40 levels. No trouble. Obviously, when you get to a level 50 and you open up to vet stuff, you'll want something else. But for the time being, you can just run all the way through with that. Your gear cap is at 160, so there's no point crafting a whole set when you get to 10 champion points or anything like that, because you're going to out-level it in a day. But that will stay with you. That's really good stuff. Some people like to upgrade every 10 levels. Honestly, it's such a short period of time, there's no point.
I like the looks on it though. Look, I look slick now.
You look like a ninja.
Yeah, I look good.
Very cool. Let's do it.
Yeah, like.
Dude, there's so many different motif styles and visuals in the game. It's bonkers. When they first brought that into the game, there were only 50 motif styles at the time. Now there's like 110. And that's for every single piece. Hands, feet, belt, shoulders, the lot. During that one time, when there was 50 motifs at the time, there was a calculation of how many different variations of things you could do to make your character look different. And there was 27 quintillion possibilities, combinations. Now, when it comes to build choices, you can basically multiply that by a crap ton. Because anything goes, you can do what you like. So no one has ever tested absolutely every possibility in the game, and they never will be able to because there's not enough life minutes to do it. So you have two choices, basically. You find something you like and stick to it, or just keep trying stuff out and alter it as you go.
I like that experimenting. So, like, not all players will have the same builds. Like, there's obviously build guides and stuff, but you can customize your stuff quite a bit, can't you?
100%. Yep, you can do as much as you like. You can alter one thing, or you can alter absolutely everything. You can wear 2 pieces of one set, 3 of another, 4 of another, and all that kind of stuff. Here. Look at this. Duck. That's dirty. It feels like you're cheating, like you're going around the back of the map. You're not. This is the secret. And most people just run straight past it. They have no idea. And this is how their first secrets were. They didn't give you any clues.
You could just totally miss everything if you didn't explore or like rush it.
Even people that know the secrets there still miss it. But yeah, build choice wise, there's no limit. You can do whatever you want. There's obviously people going to encourage you to use this or use that. I mean, I'll do the same. I'll make my own builds. There's a channel for it, but you still have the choices all presented to you, and it's up to you what you do with them. Some people like to just find something that's going to suit them and just have it as it is, and other people like to try stuff out. And there's nothing wrong with that. I always tell people, if in doubt, try it out, because you don't get a result without trying, or without testing even. Sometimes something will look great on paper, but absolutely suck in game, and other times it will look like it's going to be crap, and then you'd be amazed by it. It's crazy. Just slide down into the the ditch and hit the button.
I feel like I'm going to die here.
No, you won't. You don't have to put it directly on it. You just have to, yeah, positive. You just have to have the cursor roughly in the vicinity of where this stick is. So jump. Do it.
This is the in-game trust fall. Wait, I thought you said I
wouldn't. Oh my god, I nearly broke my fucking green screen.
Wait, did you lie to me there?
No, I didn't. You missed it. Okay, go back up again. Oh dear. So aim roughly where it is and hit the button as soon as that that prompt comes up. As soon as it comes up, just hit it. Oh, don't look left. Rip in the chat. Okay, jump. Look roughly in the air. As soon as you see it, hit it. Yes! Have some of that. Well done. Dude, I backed my chair into the green screen, nearly took it out. Oh, man. Okay, so the grapple is now going to be used in combat. So we're going to use it here. Whenever the big AoE spreads on the ground, we need to find a safe pad to jump to. In the meantime, there are ads to kill, but it's on normal, so we probably won't see them. That's brilliant. Golden Sky Shard on stream.
Yes, you're dead or alive.
Okay, so you're way into this, dude. There will be ads spawning around the edges that you have to interrupt, or they can be pulled in. But you see this spread in AoE? Find a safe spot, grapple to it.
Do we have to all find our own, or no?
We all have to get out.
I know if we had to be on different platforms.
No, you can all be on the same one. It's fine. But on Vet, more of them get covered, so there's only like 1 or 2 spare. These ads have to die as well. Again, the tank can chain them in, or you can kill them, or you can go over to them and kill them. But when they're channeling, you've got to interrupt them. Otherwise, people will get knocked over. It's the only person in a dungeon. Everybody falls down there. So now, again, you get buffs for completing secrets, right? But with this being a very early one, not quite as simple as that. You have to activate this first to pick it up.
And we all got to do it.
Yep, everyone has to do it to get their own individual buffs. You've now got Forgotten Strength, apparently, which is a weapon and spell damage increase. And if you are a Necromancer, you get a bigger buff. Which is pretty cool.
I like the buffs, and now we're in the secret area.
So, go through the portal after you've picked up your buff, and then we go out of the secret again.
That's where we. Well, a pretty big secret area. There's a lot of hidden places in that dungeon.
Yeah. So that was 1. There's actually 3. And you can't do the next secrets without doing the previous ones. So this boss, you have to kill the ads as fast as possible, not because it's a DPS check, but just because they're bloody dangerous. They do hit really hard, so the tank should grab them as quick as possible. But him, in general, he's not too hard to beat, but he does punch the tank really hard on vet. The big heavy attack, if they're not looking, will wipe them out. But there's some stuff that's going to happen here, so I won't spoil it too much. I'll just let you see what goes on.
Yeah, there's some totems.
Room. Yep, you got it. You're very aware of mechanics. It's a good start. So health percentage-wise, have that. You what, sorry?
Is everything based off health percent or the random mechanics?
Not always. Some fights are random, some things are health-based, some things are timed. It varies depending on the fight, the boss, the dungeon trial, whatever. They're all unique to their own stuff. Mine the crystals. This is Malcolm, by the way. Giant flesh abominations are called Malcolm. And flaming Daedrops are called Jeff. That's a thing that has been on the stream forever. And it actually, Rich, the creative director of Cinematic Studios, he actually, in his own stream, started calling Daedrops Jeff. So it's real now. And now he's turned into a giant Juffy. So he's well. This is quite simple, though it looks scary. Kill the ads, don't stand in his path. And that's it. He will do a nasty heavy attack at the tank, which they should always turn away from the group. But apart from that, it's just slap him, don't stand in stupid. Slap him, don't stand in stupid. The good thing is, if we didn't pick up the buff from the secret in the previous room, the urn is in here anyway. So you can still get it. But that should stay with you.
You have to re-grab this urn buff or no?
No, you don't have to. That's in case you missed it. So, next room.
So my ultimate ability, I unlocked it. Is there an optimal time to use it? I noticed it like fills up. Is there like a number I want to use it at?
Generally speaking, you can use it whenever you like. You only really have to plan for it if you're in a coordinated situation. You want to benefit certain parts of the fight, whether it be a damage reduction bonus or a damage output bonus, whatever. There's lots of different ones. So which one are you picking?
They call it Deathstroke.
Yeah, that one is fucking nuts, actually. So basically, when you attack the target with that, it's a very, very cheap ultimate. You'll do 20% more damage to that target for 6 seconds. There's 2 morphs for that. There's Incap and there is Soul Harvest. Incap will do disease damage and a Wicked Spin if you've got more ulti. But Soul Harvest will give you ultimate back for every enemy you kill with that on the bar. So go for that one. But that for you is more about damage. No other benefits towards the group whatsoever, so just use it when you've got it. Bosses, just keep it up as much as you can. Ad pulls, go for the big one.
You kind of want to open up with this then, and then you do your rotation for maximum DPS?
To some extent, yes, but you might want to put some dots down first, so that they're already taken over, so then when you're doing your burst, you've already got the extra.
Yeah, so there's no snapshotting in the game then?
No.
Is there damage snapshotting?
Not exactly. Need to go this way. This mechanic that you're being introduced to, we've already seen one. You're not going to see another in a moment. Where the dude walked into the runes. That is another breadcrumb mechanic. It's not just there for fun. That's to teach you. You're going to have to understand this soon. That is a very punishing boss. They have nerfed it a little bit, but the mechanics are still there. You still have to go through the motions. So basically, if you look up on the left, there's a grapple. And you'll see on the ground, there is a symbol. That has 4 different symbols in it. Sometimes it's 3, 2, or 1. What you need to do is you need to either press it to expose the correct one, or shout at your group and tell them which number it is. So then the tank can put it in the correct spot and remove the immune ability. That is everything you need to know about the next boss. Because if you don't, he's going to set fire to the whole room and you're going to cook. And it's appropriately named the Kiln. I think we don't have the secret just yet. We have the boss first. Over here. We'll go back the other way afterwards. This boss here is exactly what you just saw. I've lost you, I think.
Oh, I went to where the NPCs were at. I'm right behind you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh, you in? So this has... Generally, the rule of 3 is something they do stick to with the bosses. Sometimes they stagger into like minor variations of it. So you might have 3 basic mechanics overall, but inside each one is another 3. But they always have usually the rule of 3. So you'll see the same thing multiple times. The grapples, by the way, again, 3. 1 up there, 1 up there, 1 up there. 1 rune will be visible on one of those platforms. So you have to figure out which one it is. And it's different every time. Or it could be.
I think I'm ready.
Okay, go. So you slap this dude here until he is immune. Then you have to look for a grapple and go and check if the rune is there. If it is, press it or shout. If it's not, then obviously not. Okay, go. Not on mine.
Yeah, no, there's nothing up here.
The other dude's got it, I think. Okay, done. Luckily, that was the one we were already standing on, so carry on.
So that's...
As well.
Grab him there.
Okay, go again. Nope.
I don't got one here.
Daddy's got it. It's 3. So that will light up number 3.
Show me
over
the
here. At risk of shouting over top of the other streamer. Bob, you're a legend. Thank you very much. Okay, he's gonna go immune one more time.
That's how it does the audio sound, so you know you don't have to be looking.
Yep.
So I got a symbol. It's 1. 1's lit up.
Got it. So you can either shout with the group and they know, or you can press it to give away you are now, and the boss will be put into that spot. Now, the reason you might want to shout it is because there's an achievement to not ever press it, but still do it. And it's done. That's the last phase. We're over. Kill it. Right, give me just
That's cool.
a second. I'm going to shout in my chat real quick. For those of you that just joined, by the way, yes, we're doing a collaboration with DatMods on another stream at the moment. We're both streaming at the same time. Funny that. He's never played ESO before. Massive fucking promotion going on for ESO right now. So there's a lot of collaboration going on with loads of different streamers. This one is obviously here today. So I am not as active in the chat as I usually am because I'm obviously talking on comms. So I do see all the stuff happening. I do appreciate it. So thank you very much for the subs, the follows, the donation from Bob as well, and the bits, all that stuff. I'm just not going to shout over top of him when it happens. Anyway, let's go back to this. Right. Next room. So, that one is the pug killer. That boss there is the one that trips people up because they see him go immune, they're not sure what the hell to do, and they all die in fire. But the mechanics are exactly the same on normal or vet. It doesn't make a difference. The trick is to obviously find the rune, break it, and do all that before you get killed, but they nerfed the crap out of it. They didn't change the mechanics. They made it so that the fire phase was less aggressive to give players more time. However, it still wrecks people. It's pretty tricky. Especially when people panic. If you die to the ads during a phase like that and you can't get up to the grapple because there's just too many in the room, it can go sideways. So you got to make sure no one's dead. Where's the tank? The tank.
I could definitely see that fight messing up Pugs, but you have to be pretty coordinated.
Oh yeah, and there's no way around it. It's not like, oh, you can just burn it. They've deliberately done it so that you have to play the mechanics. Now you could get lucky, and you could end up where the tank is standing, always getting the same rune, and it just happens anyway. That could happen, but it's rare. This way. So this is secret number 2, and remember I said earlier these were really hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is dirty. So we'll kill these ads first, then I'll show you. So look to the very left-hand side. See the cliff?
Yeah.
No grapple hook, right?
Yeah.
Highlight it.
Oh. Hidden grapple.
You will never, ever see that unless you look right there. And you will never activate or see it unless you picked up the secret to the previous one already. So if you didn't find the first one, you don't know that exists.
Did the devs, like when this originally came out...
Oh my god, I fell off! Oh, what a nub!
Is that where I'm supposed to go to?
I've never fell off there before, just saying. Where am I going to? Portal of Apology, we don't need that. I'm outside. What an idiot. I'm gonna get Don't Look Left in the chat now. You watch. Finish him.
Finish him.
Right. So when you get across there, I'll catch up with you, don't worry. There is going to be a new boss that we have to kill. And we're going to use the grapples in the fight. Now you know how it feels. Okay, so for context, Bob the other day was in here with us off stream. And he fell off there twice. And I've never seen... And he did actually grapple. I've never seen anyone fail from the grapple. But yeah, I just friggin' jumped off the edge. I'll catch up with you, don't worry. But this boss, you're going to use the grapple in the fight. Which is really tricky. It's not quite as harsh as people make it out to be. Because they panic too much. If you understand how to use the grapple without panicking, you'll be fine. The trick is, like earlier, you have to grapple by aiming roughly where the post is. You don't have to aim right at it. It's not like a sniper shot or anything like that. So you just click and then click again. If you're roughly in the area, the grapple point activation will pop up. That is going to be used in the fight, not just to get hit. Never seen anyone die from grapple. You never seen me play. Rip. This boss, if it doesn't get interrupted, it will go away. It will disappear. So if people do start dying on this bit here, and they don't recover enough to interrupt her, she will vanish, and you'll never see her again. Did you get it? Did you get it? Ah, nailed it. Well done. Easy.
And so it just basically goes back and forth through these platforms, and you just interrupt it as you go.
Correct. You can kill her here, which we just did. But failing that, she'll teleport again. And don't forget to get your buff.
Last urn.
Mike, you know I'm not allowed to shout. Thank you. Oops. Wrong way. Game's been interrupted by mass subs. Yes. Okay. One more secret remaining. Again, you can't get to that secret unless you've done the other two. And if she runs away, it counts as you failed.
You basically had to get the interrupt, though, on that second boss.
Correct, yeah. This one here will bring out 4 ads over and over and over through health percentages. You have to kill them. They'll chase 1 player each. But, I mean, technically speaking, you can stand on the spot, keep your resistance up, and heal, and just nuke it. That depends on the group. But if you don't panic, you won't die. If you do panic, then people are just going to run around the room and just spread stupid. It can get really tricky. If you've got plenty of resistances in your group, you can actually outlast it anyway. So these guys here, if you don't run away, you end up not causing too much of a problem. If you do run away, then obviously you'll just get chased by them. So it's safer generally to keep in the middle. You gotta heal that road.
Those things are messing me up.
Relax, and then kill them there. There you go.
Oh, you just have to trust the group. You have to
Correct.
trust.
Yeah. It's a trust game. If you hold block, each one of them will actually drain your stamina, so you'll end up with nothing. There you go, see? Easy peasy. You can do the same on vet as well. You can either spread out and kill them individually, or just sit there, trust your group, and just go for it. They don't have a lot of health either, so even with low DPS, just a couple of dots on the ground will do it. But it's quite scary.
I noticed they fell over very, very quick if you weren't running away from them.
Oh yeah. But each one will aggro a player each. So they're really tricky to control. Okay, done. No boss yet. Next boss is epic.
I'll say a lot of the boss fights have been really cool so far, even in these lower level dungeons.
Oh yeah.
Very like mechanic heavy. A lot of times games early on, like when you start playing, like you don't really do too many mechanics early on, right? It's like tanking.
Well, the good thing is these are on normal, so every single dungeon and trial in the game can be done on normal, making it a little bit easier. You're guaranteed to get your completion basically, as long as you know some of the heavier ones, if there are heavier mechanics in them, and it's a lot less stressful. But obviously, if you change the difficulties of veteran, it becomes a completely different story. The mechanics are generally the same, but the amount of damage that you take and have to deal are completely different. Plus, you can get scores and stuff for trials if you want to do that kind of thing for leaderboards. But the DLC dungeons specifically tend to have more mechanics than the base game stuff. Version 1 dungeons, very straightforward. Normally a heavy attack and a boom, just avoid it. Version 2, sometimes some tricky mechanics. But DLC ones tend to be the harder ones of them all, because they tend to have a lot more group-based mechanics where people have to do multiple different jobs.
How long would it take me to get leveled up to level 50? If I want to get level 50, how long would it take generally?
Depends. I mean, it's kind of a how long is a piece of string, but it depends on what you do. If you're just generally questing and you play maybe a couple 3 hours a day, then you could do it in a week. But if you are spamming dungeons with a dungeon finder or so, I mean, it's not going to take you much more than a few hours. It doesn't take long at all. Yeah, of course you could power level in like 3-4 hours, but this way, quite quickly.
Is there a downside of using dungeons to level over the quest?
No, none at all. So questing is good. It does give you a few skill points and plenty of XP. But you will have to find the extra skill points for your build or your character later on anyway, even when you get to 50. Whereas if you do dungeons, as long as you're doing different ones all the time, we're going to have to jump out of here in a minute, by the way. Go, go, go. Get out, get out, get out. If you're doing dungeons all the time, every time you do a new one, you've got another skill point. So what people will tend to do where they make a mistake with power leveling is they kill zombies over and over and over, or whatever it is they want to kill, to get to 50, and then they're like, oh, I'm done. Well, no, you're not. Because now you haven't got enough skill points to finish your character. So you're going to have to do the dungeons anyway, or have to hunt for sky shards or whatever. If you're doing dungeons all the time, you're constantly getting a new one every time you go in, so you close the gap there. You save a lot of extra time when you're finished, if you like. Let's see here. So this mechanic here that you're now going to see, I think we're going to, no, we are going to see. Hide behind here. Any of the platforms, hide behind them. If you're glowing yellow, you're protected when the boom goes off. If you're not, you won't be.
We have to kill these ghosts?
Yes. If you kill the ghosts, they take the beam off him. The beam makes him have higher resistances, so it takes longer to kill him. Each beam removed means you can do more damage. But if the boom goes off and you get caught by it, you'll die. On normal, you won't. What the hell?
What happened?
I got distracted. Hold on. It just got a mega damage. Oh my god. Bob, you're fucking mad, dude. Thank you very much. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Okay, you're good. So, the ghosts, you can teleport to them. Since we picked the secret up, the grapple actually does damage when you go past things, which is why the ghosts are dying almost instantly. The same applies to those ghosts in the Wraith mode, if you like. You can teleport past them and kill them. Get back in. If you don't make it at all, though, you're dead. Right, I'm going to mute you for just 1 second. Well, not you. I mean me.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Bob, you fucking mad. Ha! Thank you very, very much indeed. Beat and Cake in the chat. It is a Dragon Ball. It is a headshot. You're fucking dead. Oh my god.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Anyway, that is one of the cooler fights. Even on Vet, it's exactly the same. You just got to watch out for the Bone Colossus that comes out because it will heavy attack people and kill them.
I couldn't imagine doing that blind and trying to figure it out. It'd definitely take a few attempts.
Oh, definitely.
If I didn't have a guy.
So, this here, kind of Devil May Cry type door, that will kill you on Vet if you try to walk through there without doing the previous secrets. However, since we've got the secrets, you can go in. Now, this guy is bloody huge, and if you've got low DPS, you're going to see all the mechanics, which is fine. You can just do them. Doesn't matter how much DPS you have, you can still kill him, but you're going to see more of it. This is on normal, so you might not see much, but if you look around the room, these are, again, breadcrumb mechanics. You know what the grapple does. You picked up the secret, making the grapple do damage, and that means that when the ads come in, you can utilize that. Now, the way to utilize that is you're going to get some big, big green goo. If you teleport through them or grapple through them, you will split them in half, making them smaller and easier to kill. So this goo over here, if you use the grapple to go through it, it will split like this.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And you can go to the middle again.
Can you just keep on going through them or no?
Yep, you can keep going through them and then kill them eventually. And the longer the fight goes on, the more of those you'll get, and the bigger they will get. There is also a skeleton in the middle that you'll see occasionally. He has to die. If the tank doesn't taunt it, you're basically dead. So you got more goo here. Again, you can grapple through them. And that big circle of death in the middle of the room, that is static. That won't move. So the tank has to really plan where they're going to position the boss in order for the group to not stand in that shit. It gets tricky. This big one here. Say again, sorry?
That's the DPS check then.
There's no check, really. I mean, you can have 1k DPS and still kill the boss. In fact, you can have none and just grapple past him over and over. Because your grapple does damage. Splat. You could get away with just using the grapple. If you put the boss near this thing all the time and just did this, you do damage. It'll just take you a long time. So again, you can kill all those, or you can just kill him. They get huge, they do. They get massive. On Vet, they have a lot of health, but again, if you jump through them, then they get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Drinks all around.
100k grapple damage. You hit hard. Again, don't forget your secret. And each one is giving you a buff. So the first one gave you the grapple bonus, not the grapple bonus, the bonus to your weapon and spell damage. But if you use the grapple, then you do damage when you get near them. It reveals the path also for the secret. This one is recovery, but again, as a necromancer, you get higher ones. But it also gives you ability to break magic seals. And then this one gives you, the last one gives you more health. But again, if you're a necromancer, you get more. So this dungeon, if you're a necromancer, the buffs are bigger for you. In March of Sacrifices, if you're a werewolf, the buffs are bigger for you. But all the rest of the dungeons don't have any kind of extras for that.
I love winning.
What do you mean if you're a werewolf, though?
So, March of Sacrifices has some secrets in there where you have to find some Indrix to give you some buffs. And if you're a werewolf, those buffs are stronger. So you can actually be infected with vampirism or lycanthropy, so you can be a werewolf. And they have their own bonuses and stuff. Werewolf, technically speaking, is a duration of an ultimate where you turn into a wolf and can slap faces. But there are ways to maintain that for long periods of time, especially if you're in a pack.
You could also transfer your werewolf because he said he could bite me on another tune and then I'll turn into a werewolf.
Yes.
Werewolf?
Yep. You can bite people as a werewolf or a vampire in specific locations and infect another player with it. They do a quest. The quest is done. Congratulations, you've opened skill lineup.
Then are you stuck being a werewolf or a vampire, or is there a way to like unspec out of it?
So you can cleanse it, but also with the armory system, which is a free item that you can put in your house, but also something that you can purchase as a merchant for crowns, you can save your build. So you could save the build you've got now, completely change your character, respec the whole thing, and then save that out as well, and just swap backwards and forwards when you want. Werewolf and vampire does actually carry over with that. So you could have your character as a werewolf, and then have a separate build as a vampire, and then have a separate build as nothing, and then you never have to cleanse again. You just swap builds and it does it for you. That, again, is quite new.
That's nice quality of life.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh. You'll learn. I'm not going to say anything. Run at the gate.
What? That's not true.
Okay, bet that's a one-shot. But when you've got those pugs that people keep running ahead of the tank all the time, they learn quick there. Rip, no death. There's no death achievements on veteran, and that usually ruins it.
The initiation for new players, they tell them to run ahead, and everyone stand back and watch them die.
Basically, yeah. Okay, this dude for the tank hits really hard. Really hard. The rest of the group, not so much. You just got to watch out for the AoEs. When he raises his hand, block. You'll see. He does like an animation where he puts his hand from low to high. There. Watch out for that's the tank. Now the next one is kind of like a sweep. So it's really fast. So you've got to be careful. That there. Block that. Perfect. As long as you do that, you'll be fine. If you don't do that, that can kill you. Get out of the cages. Once they go boom. Now I'm going to stop hitting the boss a little bit so you can see some of the mechanics. Because on vet you will see them, on normal not so much. He will summon blast bones, which are skeletons that explode. And if they explode, then you'll die. Oh, he also summons a pet. A small one.
Yeah, it is pretty tiny.
You can block that breath, or you can dodge it. And you got to watch your feet for the fire. I did want to spawn the skeletons, but I don't think they're going to happen. Basically, from all around the room, there are skeletons that appear. They channel up in these little runes, and then they dive at you and explode. You got to kill those. He will fire like a meteor type thing as well on the ground, which you just have to stay out of. Need that pet? Yeah, he's massive. Look at him. We're crap necromancers if we can't do that.
That's like Uber Skeletor.
Yes. And now he's dead. So on Vet, the mechanics are pretty much the same. There are blast bones that come into the room that we didn't see. There's also a skeleton that you have to kill before he heals. Failing that, you just have to kill him from full health rather than what he comes in as. But the major difference is they hit a lot harder and they have a lot more health. So the tank really has to be quite chunky. The healers have to be aware of what they're doing, and the DPS have to not stand in stupid so much. But again, the loot that comes from it is the same. It's just a lesser quality. So I got a shield of the Grave Guardian. All I need to do is upgrade that to purple, and it's no different. So you don't have to do the vet difficulties if you don't want to, and you can do all of the content at any level anyway. So prior to level 50, you can do all the content on normal difficulty. After level 50, it's now your choice as to whether you want to do vet or not. You can still stick to the basics. And as you can see, obviously, it doesn't matter what level you are. You can play with anyone.
Kind of nice. And it doesn't does anything get downscaled, or are you guys doing a true damage in here?
No, it doesn't get downscaled. There's just the 2 difficulties. That's it. All the enemies are the same level, and you are scaled instead. So while you are level 10 at the moment, your stats are slightly higher than what they would be if you were maxed out, so that you can then play with everyone else on an equal playing field. Now, did you hand in your quest?
I did not. I was just looking at all my gear I got. Trade them with I got so many drops right now. I have to go and
Did you need a merchant?
the vendor again, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes?
Get rid of those. Got loads of stuff to squish. This guy I'm not really going to do too much crafting and stuff with anyway, because on this server, it's not where all my stuff is. It'll level steadily and I've got stuff I need, but if it was my main server, I would be filling the sticker book all day to collect everything. Now you're going to see the Dungeon Finder, because you can activate it after level 10. Now, while you can travel to and play any content in the game at any level. Even level 1, you can do any trial you want. You can do any dungeon you want. You can do any arena you want as long as you can get to it. Just walk in the door. But the Dungeon Finder, that has level checks. So at 10, you'll have the first 3 base game dungeons. So Banished Cells, Fungal Grotto, and Spindle Clutch. As you progress through the levels, you'll unlock more and more and more for the Dungeon Finder. All the DLC dungeons that you've just seen, and there's a lot more, they, for the Dungeon Finder, open at 45. So if you're just using that, you wouldn't have seen them already, but you can travel to them at any level. And when you're doing vet content, if you want to go for the more difficult ones, then that is when you're 300 for the DLC ones. So 10 champion points strictly opens up the vet version, but if you want to do the DLC ones, it's 300. But if you don't want to go into random groups, or you don't want to use the Dungeon Finder, you can just walk in at any level. Have you finished with the merchant?
Yeah, I'm all done. Yeah, I sold everything.
Okay, so this is where it counts. So you can see that we've got three roles, basically. We've got 2 DPSs, we've got a tank and a healer. You can set your role to whatever you like, based on what you deem to consider yourself as, what you think you are. You can be a tank, you can be a healer, DPS, whatever. In the queue, you need 2 DPSs, a tank, and a healer, but it doesn't have to line up with how you're spec'd. You can just tell it that. But I would not encourage people to put fake roles. You could, in your own pre-mades, do that just for the finder. That's fine. But in a pug, if you pretend to be a tank just to skip the queue, and you're in a vet DLC, it's highly likely that you won't be able to survive without one, and you're just going to make it bad for the rest of the group. So always put the role that you are, if you can help it, unless it's a pre-made. That's different. It's nothing worse than seeing a fake tank and then watching the group just crumble and fall apart.
Yeah, what role would be the most desired in ESO? A tank, healer?
Honestly, there are thousands of DPSs. There aren't enough healers and tanks in pickups usually, because they get picked up really quick for groups. Like, as soon as you see a good tank, it's like, right, he's in our trial group now. Never does a pug again. So we need more tanks, and we need more healers. But if you are one, you're going to get in the queue very fast.
So, like, pretty like any MMO.
Basically, yeah. The majority is always the ones that want to do the slapping of the damage, and the minority tend to be the tanky and the healer ones, which, again, tend to be picked up by groups quite quickly.
How does healer play in ESO? Is it kind of like, are you a DPS role too, or is it kind of just only support?
Again, that's your choice. If you choose to be tanky, do DPS, do just heals, or a combination of all 3, it's entirely up to you. There's no right or wrong. I think the tank is not here. He didn't press the ready check. What's he doing? Oh, tank! He's not there. Spindle 1. So this is one of the first 3 that you'll interact with. As soon as you open one of them, 3 of them will be on your map. So on your overland map now, you've actually got 3 dungeons open, excluding the DLC ones. We buff and give resources back. Not always. It depends on how you build. Sometimes you can build for buffing and resource maintenance. Sometimes you can buff just for flat heals. Sometimes you can buff for maybe resistances and bonuses and shit like that. It's up to you. But generally speaking, nearly all healers have some form of resource benefit to the group, whether it be a bubble or a spear or whatever that you pick up with the synergy.
Someone was asking me to ask you, what would be the best class for a new player? Like
Honestly,
best role.
I mean, that does depend on how you are picking up the game. Like, if you learn it very, very quickly, I mean, there's no real right or wrong to that. There's no best in the game. However, I would say that the Necromancer and the Nightblade are probably the trickiest to get into if you have no idea. Nightblade, strictly speaking, I mean, you're one now. I mean, you could just stab stuff in the back and hit things. Fine, fair enough. But you have to pay attention to your passives. Necromancer is all about the bodies on the ground. You have to utilize corpses to make your strength, to increase the strength of your abilities. So while that's quite simple to do, as a new player, that might be a little bit confusing. So most people tend to pick up a Sorcerer or a Templar early on. Sorcerer because of the pets. Templar because when you're jabbing with your special spear ability, you basically just heal everything. So I think out of the 6, probably Sorcerer or Templar if you're new. But I mean, if you pay attention to the tutorial and you read your skills, there's no right or wrong. You do what you like.
It all depends on how much you want to invest in the game and learn and study your class.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if you want it to just be pick up and hit stuff and make it really, really simple, you could just pick up puncture and sweeps off the temper and just spam it all day long. You'll hit stuff, you'll heal off stuff, you're done.
Is there damage meters in ESO?
No. You can get add-ons for that stuff, but it's not necessary if you don't want to. I mean, the only other thing you've got is a target dummy, which just calculates how much damage you did over time, but that's not valid for all content anyway, and in fact, most of the time it's not even going to be a good enough gauge for it. It's just, you hit stuff, there's a number coming out, great.
How accurate is the target dummy for like doing your own rotation or figuring out your rotation? It's pretty good.
It's rigged. Not in a negative way. It gives you certain buffs and bonuses with a set amount of health that you can train towards. But then when you go into content, you might not have those buffs. You might not have the same uptime. You might have more buffs. You might have less. The enemy might have a different health amount, and then it gets into other complicated variables that don't necessarily translate straight to the dummy. But is it good for practice? Yeah, of course it is. Boss time. That's a massive message. But again, if you want to gauge your damage over time inside the game itself, there is an add-on on PC for it. It's called Combat Metrics. The only trouble is when people concentrate too much on numbers and not enough on mechanics. That's when you find out that someone has got really high damage on a dummy. In content tends to be a carpet. So they have to balance, people have to balance it out. Being able to hit the dummy is great, sure, but if you are always dead, then it's no good. So I would always encourage people to use that just as a tool when they're bored to practice with, maybe to just line up their light attacks and skills and stuff, rather than spend too much time in there and actually spend most of their time in content instead. Ooh, this boss is... No, this is 1. I was thinking this was 2. 2's got a different boss there. His eyes focus Fagin. I am.
What are these verses on the ground? There's like some little notes left on the ground. Is that part of anything dungeon important?
So all of them are part of the story, for a start. Any of those books will tell you stuff about ESO lore. Maybe it's a letter from one character to another. Maybe it's an encyclopedia of some description. There's loads of different things in the game that do that. There's about, not far short of about 3,000 of them. So you can either read them or just collect them. But if you go into your journal, there's a library in there, and you can see all the different ones that you've unlocked. How many is there, actually? There's a lot. Journal... Nope, wrong one. Where is it? Lore library, there you go. Way off. 5,411. There's a lot.
How many achievement points do you got?
On this server, not a lot. 9k on this server, but on my main server, like 40,000, something like that. But they don't do anything. That's the thing. It's nice to have, and it's more of a collection thing for yourself. Like you want to collect all the stuff in the game. You want to get all the motif stars. You want to get all the achievements. It's a completionist side of things. The achievement points don't actually get spent on anything yet. Anyway, you never know. Maybe one day we will.
I like doing horizontal content after you do like your dungeons or your raids or whatever.
Yeah.
Like the new trial that's coming out with High Isle, how long do you think that's going to take for people to clear?
1 day. It'll be done in day 1, guaranteed.
Well, not like for like I don't know, is it like top rank guilds and stuff? So like an average player.
Average player, I mean, still, there's enough information out there for people to know what to expect. If you say a new group, quite a long time. But there will be a lot of completions done on the first day because it's been on PTS for now 6 or 7 weeks, and people have done 2 things. So there's 2 different sides to the PTS. One's a positive, one's a negative, but I mean, they're beneficial either way, I guess. One is to test the content and then tells us what's going on. And the other one is people do use it as a platform to practice. So they want to get those clears when it first comes out. So that is going to happen. But, I mean, generally speaking, it depends on the group. There's a lot of stuff in the game that can be quite easy for new groups. There's a lot of stuff in the game that can be hard for new groups. But the content doesn't tend to be irrelevant over time. So the new trial, people might pick it up really, really fast. They might not. But if you look back to the Thieves Guild DLC, which was out many, many years ago, like 5-6 years ago, that came with a trial called More of Lorcage. The second boss in there, still, to this day, a brand new group could take about 6 months to even get halfway through that fight. Because it takes some very, very specific coordination to do. However, once they've done it, I mean, they probably won't have any issues with it ever again. It's just one of those things. Once you've done something once, you're not so scared of it anymore. But stuff like that, some of the mechanics do take a very long time. That, again, did take a while for people to complete. But people smash it all day long, no death at the lock. It depends on who you're with. It's not a case of you as a player being incapable of the content. It's a case of your group could do something wrong, and it doesn't matter how good you are, it's messed up. That particular boss fight, you have a color on your head, and you split up into two sides. And basically, if you touch the other side, you blow them up. And that is the stopping point. Other people can kill you.
A lot of personal responsibility.
Yes, and the more mechanics that they introduce like that, especially with the new trial as well, any mechanics that require you to split up as a group or to not blow each other up, that tends to take a lot longer than any of the other stuff.
I actually got a lot of levels from this bonus dungeon. I got like 2 levels from doing this time compared to the other dungeon.
Yep, because the dungeon finder will give you a benefit. It will give you XP bonus. Now, the first one of the day, the first one for 24 hours that you do will give you the biggest boost. And then every other one after that will still give you a boost, but just not as high. Did you hand in the quest?
Did, yeah.
Okay, cool. So you've got, I think you've done like 6 or 7 dungeons, which is many, many skill points already. And you're only level 14, so now it's going to start escalating because you've got Dungeon Finder access. You're going to see new dungeons along the way, and you're going to get more skill points. And by the time you get to 50 or champion point level, you are going to have enough skill points to decide what you want to do with your build. But again, if you power level, you miss all that stuff, and you have to come back and do it anyway. Let's see.
More efficient if you want to level, just do dungeons so you get all your skill points.
Yeah, it's really, really good. You level at a steady pace. You don't miss out on content because you get to learn the mechanics along the way, and you obviously get your skill points. So it's win-win. The another good thing that's there is, by the way, check your inbox, because in your mail you will now have a reward. When you do random dungeons, you get free stuff. So there's set items, there's jewelry, there's actually agility, endurance, and willpower. So there's 3 different sets there. But you also get transmute stones, which you can use to retrade stuff later on. All sorts of bits and pieces.
I got like a exploration kit, and it has dagger of willpower and some suit and stuff.
Yep. So you'll get willpower set, which is a 3-piece set. You'll get agility, and you'll get endurance. There's 3 major ones. One is about health and health recovery. One is magic and spell damage. The other one is stamina and weapon damage. But they're 3-piece sets instead of the usual 5. And you can fill it up quite quickly.
I wouldn't want to replace my current set with that I got in the mail. This set that I got is pretty good.
Yep, but what you can do is, because you have access to that now, you can either sell it because it's tradable, or you can, that's to a player by the way, or you can sell it to a merchant for just raw gold or deconstruct it. That way that will count as bound to you if you deconstruct it or sell it to a merchant, and that will be in your sticker book, so you can remake it at any time. So when you're a much, much higher level, if you decide you want to use the set, you've already got it. What time is it? We got time for one more?
Yeah, let's go one more.
Let's do it. So normal, random. Hopefully we don't get the same one, because that can happen, obviously.
But there's what, 50 dungeons, right?
You've opened up the next dungeons because you're level 14. So the first 3, again, Fungal, Grotto 1, Banished Cells 1, and Spindle Clutch 1. Those 3 are open. But now because you're 14 and above, you've opened up the next tier of dungeons. So Elden Hollow, I think, Darkshade Caverns, and another one. Can't remember, but it's 3.
Oh, what exactly is weapon swapping?
So weapon swap. Are you level 15 now? No, you're not. You're 14. So at level 15, you'll open up your second bar. So as you can see now, I've got dual wield on my front bar.
Yeah.
Which you've probably got the same as well. And if I swap, I've got a bow on the back. So you'll have another skill bar with 5 skills on it. Front bar, back bar.
Technically weave skills then?
Say again, sorry?
Okay, so if I have like 2 sets of daggers, can I have 2 sets of skills and weapon weave? Like,
yeah. You can have dual wield abilities on the front, bow on the back, you do what you like. All you have to do is be holding the weapon to be able to use those weapon skills. So that's where your customization is just opened up so much more. Crypto Heart's the other one. Yes, that one's the other one. Again, there's no right or wrong to that. It just depends on how you want to build. But bear in mind, while some do like to go with double melee, which you can do, but in content, sometimes you might be at range quite a lot and you can't reach, not even with a light attack. So you have to consider how you build for the content if that's the case. But I always like to have close and ranged on the same character, so that means any situation, I'm always going to be able to hit something.
By the Imperium lights, move faster. The intruders.
The good thing is your class has got a gap closer though. You've got your teleport strike. So if you do have to get out of somewhere quickly, you can get back in again. Oh, these suck. Stranglers are awful. They'll yank you across the room from miles away. They're horrible. Big pull. But as well as dungeons, like we're doing now, dungeons and trials, there's also arenas as well. So arena is, there's 2 major arenas for groups. There are 4-man content, but it's multiple waves of enemies in different arenas, different rooms.
Yeah, like a horde mode then.
Sorry?
Like a horde mode.
Yeah. Not quite to that standard, but a similar sort of thing. You've got specific arenas you go in, you have to kill the enemies and then a boss, and then you go to the next stage. A full-out horde mode would be awesome, like a massive survival setup. But that's not a full thing that we have at the minute. Having a survival mode where you have to stay in there for as long as possible would be great. But yeah, you've got those arenas, but then you've got solo arenas as well. So there's Maelstrom Arena, and then there's Vateshran Hollows, both of which are actually very different. So one is much like the general arena stuff. You go into a room, you have several waves, you kill a boss, you move to the next one. But there's 9 rounds in that one. There's 9 different areas. Then you've got Vateshran Hollows, which is basically like a solo dungeon. You've got 3 different paths to take, and you can choose to take them in any order you like. But each one that you take depends on which secrets you can acquire and use for the next ones. So there's secret bosses and secret buffs, but you're all on your own. And each path that you take, the other paths escalate in difficulty. So if you're really scared of, say, maybe a fire boss, you could do that one first and then make the other ones more difficult instead of that one. It's really cool.
And is there leaderboards for this, or it's just your own?
Yep. There are leaderboards for any veteran trial or arena content. So if you're on normal, no. But if you're on vet, yes. And also, they drop unique weapons in the arenas and stuff as well, which can be acquired on normal. But if you go onto vet, you will get a perfected version of it, which has 1 additional bonus to the set. The procs are generally the same; they don't change in strength, but the 1 piece or 1 extra bonus is the additional thing you get from the perfected ones. So that means that all players can still have the same benefits and bonuses from the sets, but the ones that are going for the harder challenges get a couple of extra stats.
That seems cool. Basically, you have dungeons, challenge dungeons, trials with your raids, and then you have that other activity, and that's pretty much the end game.
Endgame is subjective, to be fair. Most of it's fashion. It's just looking the coolest. I know lots of people like to shout that the endgame generally would be trials, but again, it depends on the player. Some people, their endgame is the market. Some people, it's fashion. Others, it's just sitting in solo arenas all day long, spamming the leaderboard. It's entirely up to you.
What do you primarily do?
Everything.
Do everything?
Yeah,
Is it addictive?
dungeons, trials, arenas, a lot. I do it all. Whatever I feel like at the time. The problem is, being a completionist to some extent, when you want to get all your achievements, is quite tricky if you play on all the different servers, because I've got stuff on one server that I don't have on another, and vice versa. It's just all over the place. So I try to keep everything on my main, but it doesn't always end up that way. That's also another good thing that they introduced as a quality of life recently, is achievements used to be tied to individual characters. Now, for some stories, that still is. But when it comes to titles, skins, personalities, all that stuff, anything like that, some things used to leak into other characters, but most of the stuff would be on individuals. So, like, your Nightblade right now would have these dungeon completions, but if you made a Templar right now, it wouldn't have anything. Well, that's no longer the case. Now, all your achievements, apart from a couple of quest ones, are across your whole account. So you don't have to be locked into, oh, this is my main character. We still do. People still call their main character their main, but you don't actually have to anymore because it's all over the place. It's all across your account. I know some games did that in the past, but for ESO, that's very new. Housing is endgame and a money sink. You're not wrong, mate. Some of the stuff people can do with housing is absolutely mental. Really, really clever stuff. But then some of the housing stuff is hidden behind content too. So some of the harder trials, like Sunspire in general is not what I would call one of the more difficult ones, but the hard mode people do struggle with a lot. It's got the whole basic rule of 3 with the mechanics and everything, but it takes a while for everyone to adapt as a group to do it. But even that, the hard modes, which are tricky, have certain bonuses in there from your achievement. One being you can actually access different furniture for your house. You can actually have dragon statues. And when it comes to the dungeons as well, getting those achievements done will unlock stuff at the Undaunted place where you get your daily pledges to do dungeons, and you can get more housing equipment there as well. And your monster sets are not just the only thing you can get from a vet dungeon. The normal dungeon will give you a plaque to go on the wall, which is normally the head of the last boss or one of the bosses. The vet dungeon gives you a gold statue that can go in your house. So there's all that kind of stuff to collect.
So you're trying to complete everything so you get some fashion in your house.
That's exactly what it is. To make your titles look cool, to make your skins look cool, to get some cool costumes, and then to make your house look mega. Everything is fashion.
I like that. I like the customization stuff.
There's so much, dude. I need to use the merchant again because I'm full. Always full. But again, this merchant means I don't leave anything on the ground.
Yeah, I noticed I'm almost full too. I got like a couple slots left.
Yeah, it fills really fast, dude. Another thing you can do as well, you probably have some already. Have you picked up anything that says it's a lead, like a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are for antiquities, which is basically a system where you scry for a location to find out where the treasure is, and then you go dig it up. There are mythic items of loot that you can get from those, so gear, but there's also a crap ton of furniture. Absolutely tons of it.
Get like a couch or something?
You can get all sorts, mate. Absolutely tons of it. Big statues or structures. Basic furniture when it comes to like chairs, tables, all that kind of stuff. There's a massive list of things. The merchant's out if you need it.
Yeah, I was using it.
I love
Okay.
winning.
How many
Drinks all
inventory
around.
slots do you have?
On this server, I don't think I have it maxed. 151, but you can have 200. That's the point. You've got a horse now, haven't you?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to use it.
Yeah, we'll fix you up with that after this dungeon before we finish up. Because you have to train your horse every day.
Winning. I love winning.
Well, you don't have
Drinks
to,
all
but you should.
around.
If you have a horse, you've got 3 stats. So you've got your stamina and your speed and your capacity, as long as you have a mount equipped, obviously. There's 60 in each one, so you can only do it once a day. Generally speaking, you want to get your speed up if you're going to go into PvP, because the horse at the back is the one that's going to get wrecked. But if you're not, you can just build up your capacity nice and quick. And that will give you 60 extra slots for your bags. You can upgrade the packs, though, at the pack merchant, and you can also do that through the crown store if you're short on time. But again, we'll get you set up for all that stuff, I'll show you.
Yeah, I think it was just that stable that we ran by in the beginning, right?
That's exactly right, yep.
Mount collecting is pretty big in the game too.
Say again?
That mount collecting?
Yes. So that's more of a crown store thing than anything else. There are mounts in the game that you can acquire. Obviously, you got one from your level up. There are a couple, actually now going to be 3 for trials, which are really difficult to get overall, because you need a multitude of loads of achievements all combined. But there are also lots with the crates, the crown crates. So from time to time, if you check on the store, you'll see crown crates with different themes and all that kind of stuff. Dodge roll if she looks at you, by the way. And you can get lots of different ones. But also they have promotions occasionally, like even now we've got drops. You can get a mount from those. There's always new mounts coming in and out, and some people do collect the crap out of them.
That's one way they monetize the game. Oh, I got a trophy. Can I put that in my house?
You can, yes. So everything in the game that comes from the crown store, apart from pots and food, which is exactly the same as the stuff you get in the game anyway, everything's cosmetic. There is nothing in that store that is remotely pay to win. Nothing.
No pay to win in this game at all. It's just cosmetic stuff.
Cosmetic. The only thing that you could argue with is your mount speed, because you could say, well, in PvP now I'm not the one at the back. But I mean, you didn't win, you just didn't get killed. But nothing in there will benefit you over another player in the store. Nothing. And it's all mounts, pets, furniture, houses. You can buy sky shards to give yourself some skill points. However, you have to have already found all the sky shards in that area before you can actually purchase it for another character. You can buy a couple of skill lines to max those out, but again, you cannot do that unless your account has already done it once. So if you make a new character and you want Mages Guild 10, you don't want to go around picking up books for the next 7 days, you can only do that if you've done it before. So you had to have done that part of the game before you can buy it again, which is really, really handy. Let's get you set up with your... Oh, you need to hand in the quest, don't you?
I might have... Did I forget to get the quest? I don't have a marker.
Pick it up?
Yeah, I might have forgot to pick up the...
That's actually a good thing, because you've just done the dungeon and got the XP at the end, but now you have to do it again to get the skill point anyway. That's not a bad thing. You have to do it twice. More XP for you. So let's get you to Vocal Guard and sort out your horse first of all. So I'm going to travel out here, and then we'll set you up with your skills for your alliance points.
I was like, oh, I could find this pretty easily. I didn't realize the world map was so massive.
It's huge. But there's also instance areas which don't take up any space. So you can zoom further out of the map, and there's a surrounding area that has extra nodes on it. And also, when it comes to Western Skyrim, you can go under the ground as well. Separate part of the map entirely. Okay, so travel to me. 2 things to sort out before I have to leave. I'll make this quick. Daily rewards kicked in at midnight. Nice. Potions and XPs they give you when you log in, you can craft similar ones or better. They're the same. No potion or poison or food is gonna give you a massive advantage over another player that comes from the crown store, because the ones in game are generally choice-driven ones are either the same or better. Right, so level up your horse by picking one of those 3 stats and putting some money into it. And then once that's done, I'm going to show you about the Cyrodiil stuff. What alliance are you?
Oh, I picked the middle one.
don't even see it because it's not on it. Oh no, there we go. The middle one? What's the middle one?
Do you know
I
how
don't even remember what the middle one is.
Aldmiri.
Aldmiri Dominion. Good. You're AD. Thank God for that. Okay, this is easy then. So go to your campaign. So if you go into your options, go to campaign. I picked the wrong one on this server, by the way. I need to change it back.
What's that keybind?
I have no idea. I don't use it. It's a little castle at the top. Let's see. That one is...
Lion, no, that's Alliance War.
Yes, it's L, apparently. So
Okay, yeah.
go to campaigns and go to Cyrodiil, and you want to press enter campaign. Now, it will try and give you a home, so you can pick whichever one you want. You can always change that anyway. But if you go to enter campaign, you'll be taken to Cyrodiil. And there will be a quest guy at the main door. Basically, if you talk to him, you'll then be led over to a lady beside you that you talk to her, and it's quest done. That will give you 2 skill points. It will give you 2 levels in your alliance levels, and it will unlock your assault and support skill line. So you just travel in, there'll be a quest dude there, finish it within like 30 seconds, and you're done. Then you can just leave Cyrodiil and carry on about your day and think about that later, or you can just stay there and slap faces. It's up to you. The biggest thing about Cyrodiil for a new player, though, is how to get out. Because people don't know how to get out because you can't fast travel. So when you get in there, look behind you. There's a way shrine. That's how you get out. I know people that was stuck in there for friggin' hours.
That's when you go on Google and just look it up. Oh, there's a queue position to go in here.
Yes. But if you go to just any campaign, even an empty one, you won't be waiting for very long at all. It's like a few seconds. So always join like an alliance locked one, or not an alliance locked one, sorry, a non-CP one or a low level one, because those are normally quite quiet. The main server is always population locked, so you're always going to be in a queue no matter what server you're on.
Where's my mount at? Because I got the horse, but where is it at?
That's the other thing we need to do. Go to your collections and go to mounts, and then you need to activate it. So it's a horse, isn't it? So it'll be under the top menu.
Got the horse, and
there you go. Now you can actually activate it and you can use it. You can only use it in Overland though. U is a shortcut for that? Yeah, it is. So now you can get on your horse. I don't even remember which one you get in the tutorial. I think it was basic paint horse or something or other. Delavas has got the Halloween setup. That's cool as hell. There you go.
I got my pony.
You have.
Very original for naming. I called him Roach.
So the good thing is, once you get your alliance points sorted out, so you get your PvP skill line unlocked, you'll have assault and support, and you can get your passives for that, which will give you major gallop while you are running around on your horse, so you'll be much faster in Overland. So you go to the campaign, pick up the quest, hand it in, and leave again, and then you just get skill points for free.
And it looks like you probably just want to level up your speed on your horse at first, right? Because of the cooldown, so you just want like the quickest one you could get, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's across your whole account for every single mount anyway, so it's not per mount, it's per character. I tend to go for the speed first and then the capacity, but if I definitely am not going to be in PvP on that particular character, I'll just max out the capacity so I can just loot more stuff. But it depends on how much Overland running around you do. The old brown sorrel. Yeah, that's what that is. One more thing before we go. Jump
Fourth thing, okay.
Okay, this way over here, there's loads of places like this. Absolutely tons of them. But...
I mean, your mount is so fast.
I'm slow on this one, I think.
I'll
run.
I mean, I can keep up with you.
So if you go to any crafting area, and there's loads of them, you can even have them in your house, and lots of people do, you'll find a table for each type of
drinks all around.
Armor, weapons, crafting stuff, whatever. That's where you can make stuff. That's where you can improve stuff. is where you can refine, and it's also where you can deconstruct, and that's the most important thing. Deconstructing stuff will level your skill line up nice and quick. So there's a blacksmithing table and all that kind of stuff here. There's a couple of buildings around the outside with jewelry tables and stuff like that. But basically, if you activate this table here, all right, there you are. Go on to deconstruct, and just anything that you don't really want, squash it. Tick multiple things and squash them, and you'll notice that your blacksmithing level will just fly up. So spam dungeons, pick up the skill points, get the XP, sell the stuff you want money for, squash the stuff you don't. And that's you passively leveling up your crafting skill line, and you can worry about all the writs and stuff later. You can, of course, make stuff and level up, but that's longer. Sorry, say again?
Is this considered a big city or a small city?
This is a tiny one. There are much larger areas. I mean, it's got everything you need. It's a main hub, but it's a kind of a starting area, if you like. So it's not huge. Small city. Thanks, Daddy. Dear, oh dear. The bigger ones tend to be more central. So a long, long time ago, when one Tamriel wasn't a thing, the bigger cities tended to be in a place where you'd be sort of mid-20s. That really doesn't matter anymore. It's no longer really a thing. So you're talking Gratwood, Deshan, and Stormhaven are the main big ones. But then you've got DLC ones, which are massive. Some of those are huge. Especially things like Somerset. That particular chapter, really big towns and that. They do vary.
The entire world, this just looks massive.
It is huge.
And like on the Outer Ring, there's like continents also. Are these all DLC continents that they added over time? Like Fargrave and the Deadlands, and
so Fargrave and the Deadlands were added recently, last year.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
Individual DLCs, and on top of that, we also had Blackwood, which was on the main map. You've got Clockwork City, which was a DLC. Cold Harbor's base game, but that's also off the map because it's out in a different realm. Artaeum, that came with Somerset, which is on the bottom left, but that's an extra side area for that. There's so much room on that outside part for more content. And then if you look at the main map, it's not... I mean, if you consider all the empty space, it's not even half done yet. And some of the content now is under the ground, so it's not on the main map. Outside, so not on the main map. And in an instance area, so it's a place you click on rather than taking up actual real estate. So, I mean, potential for more content, there's so much more to fill. There's absolutely tons. I mean, technically speaking, they could go for another 10 years and still not fill the map.
So where's High Isle going to be at?
High Isle is just above Somerset. Should be just above Somerset. So around this sort of area here. Where the hell am I looking? It's in the sea around Somerset and Oridon. So you're not far from it.
Where it says like the port or whatever, it's kind of like in there, like one of those little islands.
Yeah, you've got, it's a small island, but the actual place of it, although it looks physically small on the map, because we can't see it yet, it's going to be still just as big as any other chapter. So they've done it very, very clever. They've got a series of different islands, and also there's extra DLC to come through the year as well towards that. So it's going to be pretty good. You can play it on PTS now, though, so if you wanted to see the High Isle itself, on your launcher, there's a little drop-down menu, and it will allow you to download the PTS. It will take extra space, obviously, because it's another installment of the game, but you can actually just go there and go and check it out. Failing that, obviously, it's out on June the 6th anyway, which is not very long.
And June 21st on consoles.
Correct. Console always gets it a bit later, but that's not a problem. I mean, sometimes they have patches before then, and that saves a bit of hassle, because console can't obviously update their patches as quickly as PC can because of certification. So if they do find any problems early on, then they can fix it before we get it. It's going to be damn cool.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Appreciate the collab. We'll do this again soon. And
Thank you for carrying me through and teaching me the ropes a little bit.
Make sure you get some more levels. You'll see some awesome stuff. But
or next time I want to try to get level 50 so we could do, I think we do trials then. Or is trials at level 12?
Oh, we can do trials anyway. We can do trials anyway. We just need to get people. So we can definitely do that next time. We'll just jump into any of them.
12 people?
You need 12.
Yeah,
you can do it with less. There's only one that you can't, and that's Fear and Archive, because you have 12 pads and you need 12 people to stand on them.
I love winnings.
And if you don't have the 12th person, you can't get through the next phase. And also, it's a side joke, but that is one of the most difficult mechanics in the game, because getting 12 people to stand still on a pad each is pretty tricky. I have no idea why, but it's just one of those things.
It's hard to keep people wrangled up. They got ADD.
Yes, it is. Right, dude, I'm going to jump off. You have an awesome day, or the remainder of your day. And I'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, GDs, man, it was fun. Thanks for everything.
Yes, yes, no worries, dude.
Later.
Okay, bye-bye. Right, hopefully I'm off comms now. So close, 92%. What's 92%? Lost it. Right, people. I know, obviously, when I've got comms, it's not very often. If we have a guest or anything like that, I don't talk to the chat that much. Obviously, because I don't want to drown out the other person, because they've got a stream running at the same time. So that would be obviously distracting for them. So I'm not ignoring the chat just to ignore people. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't flood the other stream. But for those of you that joined, for those of you that followed and subbed and bits and all that kind of stuff, thank you all very, very much. Hopefully the mods have kept you up to date with comments and stuff and all the rest of it. Love you guys. Thank you very much. This can do this now attitude, no gatekeeping, and just let everyone join. Correct. If you're not playing the game already, then you probably fucking should be, because you can play the game with absolutely anyone. And as you saw over the last 4 hours, we have a brand new player, never played ESO before, taught the basics of mechanics, gone into dungeons, including DLC ones, and leveling steadily and getting stuff done. Don't be scared of content, just go and do it. Awesome feed, thank you very much. Anyway, people, it is late, I do have to go. So thank you very much for watching, I hugely appreciate the support. If you are not subscribing already on YouTube, or following on Twitch, obviously do hit those buttons, they are free. Furthermore, if you want to help support outside the channel, there are some links in the info section for Patreon, Twitter, Facebook, the website xynodegaming.com, Instagram. Oh, wait, Patreon is the biggest ESO-based Patreon in the world, by the way, just saying. And loads of other stuff. Just put socials in the chat, it's all there. Again, Sting, the new update for the Stanblade, as long as I have enough time after stream, will be released tonight. If not, it will be first thing in the morning. But keep your eyes peeled. If you're subbed, you got the alerts anyway, you'll see it. Thank you for watching. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
That the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Facts, lot of haters. Tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.